Parts of Britain were hit by 2 inches of rain today after snow fell in parts of the country. Snow!
What?
2 inches of rain. Now you double inches and add 32 to get feet. So 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 plus 32 is 38. Wow. They had 38 feet of rain in parts of the country. Can you believe that?
No.
Hail and snow showers fell less than 48 hours after the end of a September heat wave. Well, the whole world's gone crazy. Severe weather hit parts of the north of England as temperatures plunged to -5 in Scotland, following a week that saw the mercury rise to 79 in southern England. And if you're wondering why I give cold temperatures in centigrade and hot ones in Fahrenheit, it's because -5 sounds cold, but 19 centigrade doesn't. No, wait, 19 Fahrenheit doesn't. And by the same token, 79 Fahrenheit sounds hot, but 26 centigrade doesn't. All weather should be reported like this. Highs of just 59 Fahrenheit are expected in England this weekend. Blooming freezing outside. It's like autumn. Although sunshine is expected for many parts of the country. Not a particular part, though. And this is just days after temperatures were more akin to an August day on the Mediterranean. It was beautiful. Places in West Yorkshire like Bradford and Leeds, wherever they are, had temporary hail whiteouts yesterday amid snow showers, and Baildon and Shipley had flash flooding. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening.
Rock and roll!
Met Office forecaster John said these storms were caused by a low-pressure system over much of the UK and land heated by the sun, which is enough to warm the cold air aloft and generate these thunderstorms, which sounds like a lot of hooey to me. It's probably more something to do with magnets.
Correct.
You want to know what the long-range weather forecast is for this country?
Negative.
Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Strong winds and rain will clear the east on Sunday. Fine elsewhere after a cold start. Cloud and patchy rain pushing from the west to the east Monday and Tuesday. The UK outlook until the end of the first week in October. To the middle of next week, unsettled conditions, generally windy showers. Heaviest rain most likely to be in the northwest. Why does it always rain on me? In the east and the southeast, brief interludes of drier and sunnier weather. Temperatures generally cool, potentially cooler. Wow. Cool or potentially cooler. It's over. And until the 23rd of October. Can you believe it's almost October? Where's it gone? I'm not through with May yet. Until the 23rd of October, remaining unsettled for most, generally windy, feeling cool throughout with the risk of overnight frost, lighter winds, meaning that morning fog patches may also become more prevalent towards the middle of the month. Overall, temperatures probably not recovering close to... No. Shall I read that again?
No.
Overall, temperatures probably recovering close to the seasonal average for mid-October. Close to the seasonal average for mid-October? Well, I suppose we'll have to take it. Now, where should we go first? God, there's just so much to talk about. Let's do lockdown.
Oh, no.
Yep. London was today placed on the national COVID-19 watch list after seeing a spike in recorded cases and hospital admissions, amid fears that the capital could be hit by a local lockdown. And if it's a local lockdown local to London, that's massive. That's huge. Health chiefs have pledged to boost testing capacity to control any flare-ups. Yes, that's what they'll do, boost testing capacity. Fun fact, in the middle of August, there were about 90,000 tests being done every week in London. But there were just 65,000 carried out last week, according to a Professor Fenton, the Director of Public Health England in London. That's a week. 65,000 a week. Do you know how long it would take to test every Londoner at that rate? 3 years. I am not making it up. Do the maths. 65,000 people a week. Just to test the number of people that there are in London would take 3 years. Leeds is also expected to be hit with more household restrictions, such as a ban on mixing in homes and private gardens from midnight. Welsh officials confirm that Cardiff and Swansea will be hit by a raft of measures from 6 p.m. on Sunday, including a ban on residents socialising indoors with anybody that they don't live with. That's from Sunday, because the virus will wait till then to really start infecting people. The virus is on a break till Sunday. Am I hallucinating, or does that make no sense? I mean, if you're going to bring any measures that you think will save lives, why wait for days before instigating them? Isn't that the very mistake that we made at the beginning of all this? If in doubt, keep doing the same thing that failed the first time. That's bound to work.
Yeah.
There's a watch list which is updated every Friday, and local authorities are separated into 3 different categories based on how quickly outbreaks are growing. The 3 categories. Now, this seems, on first glance, designed to confuse. The 3 categories are as follows. Pay attention. Local restrictions are imposed in areas carrying the intervention tag, while more testing is made available for boroughs listed as being of concern. And more detailed plans to control cases are made for areas under enhanced support. Which is a coincidence, because this government needs intervention, because it's giving us concern, and obviously requires enhanced support. Are they joking? Intervention, concern, and enhanced support. That's what they're calling it, in order to make it clear to us about the dangers that are being posed in our local area. It's almost as though this isn't a government made up of geniuses. Official government figures show that London recorded 620 more cases of COVID-19 yesterday. 620. Wow, isn't that a lot?
No.
That's twice as high as the rate last week. But the capital's outbreak appears to have plateaued since spiking at the start of September. Hospital admissions, that's the important thing to look at. Hospital admissions have tripled in a fortnight. Isn't that terrible? It sounds alarming, but it's tripled to 34. That's right. 34. There were 700 or more a day at the height of the pandemic in spring. It's now 34. But it's a raise, and it is apparently all our fault. All our fault. Everything is all our fault. Nothing is absolutely certainly, and you can bet the bank on it not being the fault of Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Not with his contract tasting efforts.
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. It's not our fault, it's the fault of the government, because the rise in cases is because we were good little boys and girls. We did what we were told. We went on the underground, and we went back to the office, and we went to the pub and the shops, and we ate to help out. We did our bit.
Thank you.
And because we followed the government's restrictions, it is apparently our fault that infections are rising. How could we have been so stupid as to follow the advice of the insane clown posse?
Rock and roll!
Well, the Insane Clown Posse is, for those who are not in with the in crowd, not rock and roll, really. It's hippity hop hop music. Isn't that right, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Precisely. Meanwhile, the council leader of Leeds, Judith Blake, said she expected Leeds will be made an area of intervention today, up from enhanced support last week. God. I mean, could they make it a little bit clearer? I mean, is intervention more serious than enhanced support? And where does an area of concern come in the list? Does it go concern, support, intervention, or concern, intervention, support, or is support the first stage, then intervention and concern? I mean, wouldn't it be easier to give us traffic light colours? I mean, green would be groovy, amber would be oh no, and red would be there you are, easier. I mean, we know what traffic lights are. Green is fine, that's go. Amber is speed up because it's about to become red, and red is you might want to stop if it's red before you get there, but if it's red as you're going through it, then carry on. Both, I think you'll find that is completely correct.
Affirmative.
Both, particularly if you're driving an Audi. You don't need me to tell you that. South London and Leeds have been feared to be on the brink of a local lockdown for at least a week. And London apparently has an R rate that's higher than the places that are already under lockdown. It's just that, all the money gets made in London, so the government officials and the government themselves, they live in London, so they'd rather have other places suffer before London, unless it's absolutely necessary in their eyes. You know the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan? No! Yes, that's him. He said that he was shutting all the remaining bridges across the Thames and closing every road in London to all vehicles except skateboards. I made that up. He didn't say that. He pressed for more measures to be imposed to stop cases rising anymore. And then Boris Johnson did just that and announced a nationwide 10 p.m. curfew on pubs and restaurants and encouraged working from home again. So don't eat out to help out. Don't go back to the office or you'll be fired. In fact, please disregard everything that the government has said on any subject up to this point. Apart from the getting Brexit done thing, the oven-ready deal, easiest deal in history, they need us more than we need them, and some old guff about fish that we don't want to eat anyway. All that still stands. It's written down in black and white on the side of a bus.
Oh, fabulous.
And if the curfew doesn't work, there'll be more punishment. Ministers are said to be mulling a decision to place more than 9 million Londoners under tighter restrictions if the measures that the government's announced don't work. Let's assume, based on previous experience, that the measures that the government have announced don't work. I mean, let's not wait. I've made my decision now in order to save time. Meanwhile, the Welsh Government announced that Cardiff and Swansea will go into local lockdown from 6 p.m. on Sunday, and the town of Llanelli a day before, which gives us the opportunity to hear news persons on the bulletin try to get their mouth around Llanelli. Llanelli. Saturday at 6 in Llanelli. Sunday at 6 in Cardiff and Swansea. That's when the lockdown is. Does that make any sense? Because, the virus is 24 hours behind in Cardiff and Swansea. Llanelli is a whole day ahead of Cardiff and Swansea. It's the future, Llanelli. Under these restrictions, people will not be able to enter or leave areas without a reasonable excuse. And a reasonable excuse does not include, well, it's lovely in Llanelli, I want to go. They will not be able to meet indoors with anyone they do not live with. People must work from home where possible. Extended households have been suspended, whatever that means. I think it's a bubble thing, something about bubbles. I think at this point I'm going to fill my bubble with laughing gas. Who's with me? I'm checking out.
That's not nice.
Chris texts, I downloaded the app and I'm already tasting contracts. Tim says the Kent access permit is just liberal snowflake scaremongering. We want to take back control. I hope that's clear, says Tim. It's as clear as anything else I've heard this year, Tim. Are you tired of winning yet? 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in. Where? Where's that, David?
Yes, it's in Ware in Hertfordshire. Nick, how are you?
Where?
Ware in Hertfordshire.
Yes. Where?
Yes, you are right, Nick.
Right. Get Abbott and Costello on the phone. I think I've got a new script in the making. Go ahead.
Ware.
Ware. Yes. No, that's not right. But better luck next time.
That's a time.
Close.
That's a small town in Hertfordshire.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't think so. But go ahead.
Nick, I just want to tell you, I love your show, but I'll tell you something. I know I sound, okay, no, I won't say that. You are one of the most intelligent guys I've on the radio. Right. You're so logical. You made me laugh for a start when you said, well, that virus is going to wait, isn't it, till Sunday?
Yeah.
I mean, you should be in government. Why don't these people understand so logically what you put it in one sentence? Why don't they understand it?
they're making the exact same mistake that they made in the beginning by waiting too long. I mean,
I know,
even if you're going to do something stupid, why wait to do something stupid? Do something stupid straight away.
True. Nick,
That's
anyway, this
true.
is my take on this is
Yes.
that the whole world is trying to fight the virus. Am I right? They're trying to find a vaccine. They're trying to eliminate it. They're trying to fight it.
Yeah.
Now, all the scientific discoveries, a lot of them were all the eureka moments of Archimedes and all that, were when you relax. So what we need to do is we need to love the virus. I mean, I don't mean love it in that way, but we need to love it to understand it more.
Exactly, not in a physical naked way.
Disgusting.
No.
Emotionally, yes, we need to emotionally love the virus.
So, because if we've tried hating it, or not hating it, sorry, we've tried fighting it and it hasn't worked, and we can't get ahead, we might try the other way, don't you think, Nick? We might try logically the other way and see if we can understand it more. It's like going to the courts and not winning, like a divorce or any litigation. It takes years and years. And you go into a reconciliation, it was just about the wrong toothpaste that your wife was using.
Let's try L.A. loving awareness.
Yes.
Yeah, loving awareness. That used to be the message from a boat bobbing about on the waves about a mile out from shore in about 1969, something like that. Loving awareness. Let's try it. Why not?
And we need to live with it. We need to embrace it. And, we need to coexist with it for a while. So we need to know all its secrets the other way, rather than at the moment we've got all these laboratories in all these universities and all these scientific labs. We're trying to fight it. All we need to do is to say, all right, it's here with us. We need to live with it. We need to wear them. We need to have the protection, and but we will understand more about it, because the way we're going now hasn't worked, has it, Nick?
We need to tell it that we love it, tell it that we care, tell it that we'll always be there.
Yes. And then, of course, it'll reveal its secrets, because, of course, even the virus will let its guard down, don't you think?
Yeah, we need to give it a great big kiss. Moi.
Yes.
All right, good work. Thanks a lot, David. Keep thinking, because that is what you do best. 0345 6060 973. From a point at sea to the circles of your mind. Loving awareness. Anybody remember that?
No.
Of course not. 0345 6060 973. Scott texts, I wasn't too fond of the idea of downloading an app on my phone that informed me of all the diseased people that were in my proximity, but I decided to bite the bullet and download Tinder. Oh no, listeners with material. Slip that one by me without me noticing, till right at the very end. Glenn says, COVID is the new Brexit. It's just the mainstream media's way of getting their own back. Wow. You would think that he'd be able to spell that short sentence correctly, but every other word in it was spelled wrong. And my glamorous assistant put in brackets his spelling. It's like, nothing to do with me. That text was like that when he got there. Okay, then. Adam says, I'm in Leeds, which has just been plunged into another lockdown. Meanwhile, my life is happening. Happening? What, you mean it's happening? As in happening?
Yowza.
It's been happening. My life is happening. And apparently this isn't an elaborate rehearsal. Oh, you mean life keeps ticking on? Yeah. He says, to say I'm cheesed off is an underestimate. What doesn't make sense is I can't have my mum round under the rules, but I can sit in a pub with strangers, but I'm advised not to. What a mess. The Eton boys take another... I can't read that. Are you insane? I can't read that. Take another... something with their trousers on. As long as I'm all right, Jackie says.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
0345 6060 973. Here is Ashley in Dulwich. Ashley.
Hello, Nick. How are you, sir?
Good, thanks.
I'm going to get a little bit conspiracy theorist on you, but in a good way, I think. The nuts is about to explode. But
yeah, you're going to pop out of your bag.
A big sack of monkey nuts.
Go ahead.
social media is the first horseman of the apocalypse, in my opinion, in that it came in the guise of something that was great, and you could find your old schoolmate, and now it links together a herd of nutters, and I don't know what the collective is.
It is, in fact, a big sack of monkey nuts. You heard it here first.
A big sack of monkey nuts.
Yeah, that's what social media is, a big sack of monkey nuts.
I was going to say QAnanis, but I don't know. It's crazy, but you've got a whole load of people out there at the minute that you would have thought were normal. I think there are people next door neighbours, and that they're now believing that there's a paedophile ring in America. They're now believing that mailing ballots that were normal for years and years and years are now the sole existence of a conspiracy against an orange dude that kind of can have a good chat. I think, and I'm not even joking here, I think America could be on the verge of a pretty dicey potential civil war.
My God,
I'm not joking.
Yeah, right. Neither am I. I absolutely agree with you. I think there's going to be riots in the street. There's going to be blood in the gutters. There's going to be absolute carnage.
But when you get to that point, and the way America's built, and I know a lot of people might not understand this, but the way they're built is you get states and you get people that can designate their forces in certain ways, and the federal government also is the federal government, but the military is a different branch of power than the federal government. It's dangerous, and I don't think people are understanding that if there isn't a smooth transition of peaceful power, it could go really wrong in a country like America. Because
Donald Trump is not invested in a smooth transition of power. He's going to cling on to power with every fibre
of his being.
Yes, all right, I'll go with that. Yes, every fibre of his being, because it's pretty much the only way he can stay out of jail.
Oh, shut up!
You're going to jail, Donny, unless you manage to cling on.
I know I'm sucking the comedy out of your show with my very bleak view on what's going on, but I honestly think that I don't think we've seen anything like this in any of our lifetimes. And I think
America, I agree completely. America is on the verge of becoming a dictatorship. It's incredible. Some giant oaf off the telly first took over the most powerful and richest political party in the world, and then just by power of having an act and a cult following is about to take over America itself. It's incredible what's happening.
I'm going to be honest. I think even you would be proud of his shtick. He's got the gift of the gab, and he can make it work. But the honest truth is, we're getting that here. What I think's wrong at the minute is that everybody is just wanting to win a conversation or a brief argument, a brief debate, and that we're letting the actual substance go to waste.
There is no substance anymore. People have just picked a side, and that's the end of it. And those on the right seem absolutely furiously clenched fist angry, and they are winning. Can you imagine what they'd be like if they were losing? They win and they win and they win.
Do you think they're winning though?
And they complain and complain and complain.
Do you think they're winning though, Nick? I think it's coming to kind of... do you see that silent majority that everyone wants... The right want you to think are really racist and hate everyone? I think they're starting to say, hang on a minute, this is a bit far. Because I think in America you might be seeing that, and that's why they're trying to suppress ballots. I think here...
Well, the reason he's trying to suppress ballots is because the Republicans are vowed in vast numbers to show up on the day to vote in person, and the Democrats are much more likely to vote by mail. So he just wants to discount all mail votes. In fact, he wants to discount the election entirely and be gifted another 4 years because people were so mean to him during his first four. That he actually said that. Here, Ashley, I've got to go. But he does have a good act if you are a part of a certain demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
Kelly tweets, it's irrational, I know, but on the second day of October, I want some good news. It's not the second day of October. Is it? That's next week, surely. Why do you want good news on the second day of October? It is irrational. I've got no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Sam texts, eventually the UK will be completely covered in a patchwork of local lockdowns, and the government will praise itself for avoiding a second national lockdown. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yes, absolutely. Everybody in the country will have to stay in, but it's not a national lockdown. Why would anybody say that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Bermondsey, Lavinia Grace.
Good evening, and how are you, Nick?
I am great, mate.
Lovely. Lovely to hear your voice.
Well, it's okay to hear yours. And I really mean that.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what I'd like to say is the other guy...
Who?
Two guys before the first guy. Does that make sense?
No.
He was talking about embracing it, loving it, you know.
Giving it a squeeze, yes.
Yeah, here and there. Well, you know, personally, I think he has a point on that because that's my kind of thinking. But can I just say this?
What's your kind of thinking?
We need to use our minds, and how we need to use our mind to conquer this is use our imagination. Now, how are we going to do that, Nick? You know what I mean? I'll give you one example.
We need to use our mind. Wow, we are in deep trouble if that's the case.
Well, you know, that's what's out there. That's what I'm hearing on the radio. It's all about doom and gloom.
Yeah.
The only way we're going to overcome this, right, is using our imagination. And how are we going to do this? Could I tell you, Nick, please?
No.
Oh, please don't be like that to me.
Go on, tell us.
Well, I know you're going to think I'm crazy, right? But, you know, mind, if we use positive thinking, right, you know, I'll give you an example. The other day I was in a charity shop, yeah?
Yeah.
And
were you giving were you delivering or buying? Just
buying.
Browsing?
Both, actually, both, yeah?
You were fingering their knickknacks. Go on.
Yeah, and in my mind, you know, I mean, I'm hearing all this sort of doom and gloom, but I want to think positive, yeah?
Right.
So I was in this charity shop,
I know.
And I could not believe I saw this enormous picture, right? It must have been 6 foot high, right? And 3 foot wide, yeah? And the picture was, the background was white, and it was smothered in your tulips.
Smothered.
And, it was a picture of tulips.
Right.
And apparently they were yellow. Hold on, let me finish. Yeah, they were yellow, right? Then, as I looked on the opposite side, there was another picture, even bigger than that, Nick. Right, listen.
What's this got to do with anything at all?
Well, this is what I'm coming to. This other picture was words.
Was what?
Words.
Words?
Words.
Words.
Yeah, and the words were... this picture was about 9 foot high and about 5
6
foot wide.
6 foot wide. Lots of words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Had the best
speaking
words.
to you, Nick. No, listen to this, right? And I looked at this huge picture and I thought to myself, that is what I need.
Words.
And do you know, on the words, what it said, you are beautiful. Right. You will shine like a star. Right? Now, where I put these pictures... No, hold on, let me finish.
What a load of hooey. You will shine like a star. What are they talking about?
Right. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to project...
Positivity, of course. Yes, people should stop whinging and whining and moaning.
Stop whining.
Could I finish now, please?
Oh, if you would, that'd be great.
Right. In this hallway, actually, where I live, it's all like bare walls.
You live in a hall?
Bare walls.
In a hall?
Walls. It's a communal hallway.
You should get yourself a room.
Yeah, well, I've got that already, Nick, but there's your communal hallway.
Yes.
And most of the people where I live are in the 80s.
In the hallway?
No, they're in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
And they are absolutely struggling, Nick, at the moment. And do you know what I wanted to do?
Give them a picture?
I wanted to put positive energy.
Positive energy.
In that hallway.
Of course, why not? Yes.
And also, Nick,
You
can I just say one more
wire
thing?
the handles of their doors up to the electric grid. That'd give some positive energy.
Well, you know what happened, though, Nick? I never even told them about it. I just went in, put them all on the wall, and I just left it there.
Called the authorities.
So when they,
have it removed immediately.
So when
Nobody
they
wants
come
that
out,
tat on the wall. What are you talking about?
instead of walking down the hallway in the simmer frame, I'm hoping they're going to start to run.
Yeah, okay.
Get the energy.
Right.
Bounce.
Okay, well...
Does that make sense?
No, not any more than anything else you've said. But thanks a lot, and I do appreciate it. Lavinia Grace. Way too many syllables, by the way. I'll call you love. 03... But my preference would be that I don't call you anything at all. I won't call you if you won't call me. How's that sound? Tony texts, have you done your civic duty and downloaded the new NHS contract tasting app? Don't be ridiculous.
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Isn't that the thing that gets downloaded to your phone automatically, whether you like it or not? There was something that was on my phone. I heard it on the radio. I can't remember which show it was, but they said, "Hey, guess what? Your phone has already got this thing in it." You didn't have to download it. It downloaded automatically, like it's a robot.
Affirmative.
And I took a wee peek, and there it was. So maybe it's already on your phone, whether you know it or not. Jessica emails, ran out of toilet paper and... No jokes. Come on. 0345 6060 973. I think the barrier needs to be raised a little bit. My glamorous assistant is actually listening to this. I think we need to raise the barrier just a bit. People have to jump through hoops, just a small one, to get to me. Don't just let any old rubbish in. Let's see how this one goes. Beverly in East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Mike.
It's a sort of take control issue, really, with me. My mate's just come back from Sweden, and he was saying, talking to the people over there, they were saying, well, in March and April and May, we really hadn't got control of this. We were listening to what the government was saying, but we didn't really understand what it meant.
Who, in Sweden?
Sweden. And they said, we saw where infections were taking place, and we modified our behaviour. We took control of our lives, and they're really proud now that they've got control of the virus.
Right, but I thought that's what the Swedish epidemiologist was telling them to do. They were just following orders.
Yes, but they didn't understand them very well to start with, but they learned...
The Swedish people? Says who?
Yeah, to start with. That's where most of the deaths came. That's why their deaths have been falling since June.
No, their deaths came because they screwed up the care homes like we did. They didn't pay much attention to the care homes. They allowed the virus to run right through care homes just like we did. That's why their numbers were so high.
Yeah, but also they now feel that they've got control of the situation as a population and they can manage it.
Of course.
Now, what really annoys me over here is that the government comes out with an edict like the Law of Six, and somebody came on the radio the other day and said, we can get round that because me and my 5 cousins can all have our families on the top deck of the bus because the rules don't apply on public transport. We can have a ghetto blaster and have a party on the top deck of the bus. Well... But that's our sort of an attitude. That's our take control.
Yeah.
The government tell us, and we're going to take back control by finding a way round it.
Well, I think when Gollum went to Durham, people thought, I see, that's how the game is played, is it? You just find some way to get around the rules. And if they can do it, if the people that are instructing us can get around the rules, then why the hell shouldn't the rest of us? That is what I believe the people of this good country thought.
I think so. And one just quick aside. Did you hear James O'Brien's wonderful compliment to you today?
No.
And have you sent him a card? Because somebody said, you're the best presenter on radio. And he said, but remember that I also live in awe of Eddie Mair and Nick Allett.
Right. Well, he should have just finished the sentence with the word mayor, and then he wouldn't have made a mistake. But I appreciate it, Mike.
Send him a thank you.
I certainly will do. Nothing of the sort. Thanks a lot, mate. Kath says, last week I slowed down and completely stopped at a green light. Yes, I drive a hatchback, but in my defence, I was very tired. The virus will be so confused when the clocks go back. Oh my God, the clocks are going back. No, don't say it. End of next month, the clocks go back.
Oh, no.
Again. Gonna go through that again. And around about that time, we'll have this conversation. Same blooming thing happens twice a year. Why? And there's no good answer. Other than 4 people who farm cows in the very north of Scotland will be upset if we don't. 0345 6060 973. Manchester, Adrian.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
To be honest, a couple of weeks ago, I was kind of depressed.
What?
You really made me feel so much better.
I made you feel better?
Yes, you did.
Than what?
I'm kind of still depressed about politics today, but
oh God,
you actually did help me.
Tell me about it. In fact, don't tell me about it.
No, you did, and thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. So I've made you feel better about politics.
No, yes, you did, and I was kind of.
At what point did you start feeling better? Did you start feeling better when I played this noise? Would this noise make you feel even better? How about this one? I bet you're feeling better now.
You're my Benny Hill.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't see that one coming. I'm his Benny Hill. I don't know whether to be offended by that. I think I've decided to be offended by that. Thanks a lot, mate. But I appreciate the call. 0345 6060 973. Frank emails, my mum always told me I wouldn't accomplish anything by lying in bed all day, but look at me now. I'm saving the NHS. Saving the NHS by lying in bed all day. We appreciate your efforts, Frank. Lucas says, if I don't like someone in my bubble, can I replace it by someone else? What? How many people can you replace in your bubble? If I don't like someone in my bubble, can I replace it? You mean them? Can I replace them? None of that makes sense. If I don't like someone in my bubble, can I replace it by someone else? Does that make sense?
No.
How many people can you replace in your bubble? I've got no idea, mate. I stopped listening. When they started going on about bubbles and, all of that stuff, my interest waned. But you should pay close attention and make notes. I mean it. Lauren says, we're all living in Hotel California, mate. We can check out any time, but we can never leave.
Rock and roll!
Absolutely. It's hard to leave when you can't find the door. Get Joe Wallace on the phone and he can play it for us. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Harrow. Jacob. Hello.
Hi, Jacob. How are you tonight?
No, you're Jacob.
No, I'm saying hello to you.
Right. Well, hello to you.
Good evening. A bit like all your listeners, I've got a bonkers theory, and I'm not sure if you're going to go ahead with it.
Okay.
And believe in it.
All right. Can I just say...
Oh, hello.
Go on.
Yeah. So I believe that the contact tracing app...
The what now?
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah, it's easy. Just say it.
I knew you was going to play that. Okay, cool. So I believe the government is using that as a mechanism of, not for the good, but for the bad. They actually are tracing all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, I believe that they are flushing out what I believe aliens amongst us.
Right.
And
I do believe that you believe that.
Yeah,
if that's any help.
I'd much prefer if you also believed it too, but
I believe that you believe it. In fact, I don't believe that you believe it, but or some combination of the above. 0345 6060 973. Is it a full moon this evening? That's the only explanation I can find. Pippa emails, I never thought the comment, I wouldn't touch them with a 6-foot pole, would become national policy, but here we are. Yes. I guess so, yeah. Keep your distance, everybody. While maintaining your bubble. I have no idea. James says, does the NHS get their first extra 350 million on the 1st of January? Yeah, 350 million pounds a week will be coming into the NHS. They guarantee it. Saw it on the side of a bus. Must be true. Of course, that bus never actually existed. It's a figment of our imagination because nobody that appeared to be on that bus recognises that bus anymore. Oh, well, Paul. What bus? 0345 6060 973. Yeah, like I was saying before, I think we need barriers. We need some of these people to jump over a barrier before they get to me. Is that possible?
Negative.
Apparently not. Perhaps I'm asking too much. I am being unreasonable. Tim emails, are you missing David Cameron? Well, funny you should say that. No.
I think this is nonsense.
A little bit, maybe. You remember David Cameron, don't you?
Bill!
Took a while to get there. You remember David Cameron, don't you?
Bill!
Yeah, that's him. Well, we're sort of missing you, David, because David Cameron was around when things seemed to make sense, a little bit. When he left, things started to fall apart really rapidly. Now, it might not have anything to do with him leaving, but it was a coincidence. Let's just put it like that. It was coincidental. In an emergency, David Cameron, just like those buttons on the wall behind a piece of glass, we will smash the glass of your shed to get to you in an emergency. In the meantime, you just stay in your shed where we'll know where to find you or where they keep the tools. This says, remember, if at first you don't succeed, try again, from the Book of Boris. Well, it's more like, if at first you don't succeed, keep doing the same thing over and over and over, because, you know, that'll work. Right, let's see what this one's like. Richmond. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I'm really interested in how the diverse opinions of all the different presenters on LBC, and you're fantastic, and I was saying to
what, like science
researcher,
fiction, you mean?
Well, no, I genuinely find that the opinions of all the LBC presenters are so different and diverse.
Yeah,
and you actually do genuinely present a kind of combination of intellect and humour, which is lovely. It lifts me, and it probably lifts a lot of the people that listen to you.
Well, that's nice, Tom. We are a very diverse bunch, to the point that we can't actually mix in the same room at the same time, because otherwise we'd have people holding our coats and going, no, don't do it, Nick, it ain't worth it.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because that's one of the things I was going to ask you, whether as a group you ever all congregate, or whether that is just completely inappropriate.
No, there'd be blood all over the walls if that happened. We're kept apart for health reasons.
No, I'm not surprised. So I usually listen to you walking my dog, and you are the highlight.
I have never walked your dog.
No, I'm saying when I walk my dog.
Oh, when you walk your dog, right.
I promise you've never walked my dog, Nick. That's very true.
No.
But you're the highlight of my dog walk. But the question...
Well, no, wait a minute. The other events on your dog walk are picking up poop.
That's very true, Nick.
Picking up hot poop. So I'm better than picking up hot poop. Well, that's...
Sometimes. Lukewarm sometimes.
Well, that's nice.
But what I would say, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, is thank you for your kind of ability to lift this, because it's in a difficult period. I genuinely mean this.
Well, that's very nice of you, Tom. What kind of a dog have you got there?
It's a working Cocker Spaniel.
A Cocker Spaniel?
Yeah,
right. Is that one of those dogs that likes to play a lot?
Yes, that's right.
Right. Because there's something came out this week about dogs that like to play a lot and dogs that absolutely flat out aren't blooming well interested in playing with you under any circumstances. And working dogs are the playing dogs, aren't they? Because they've got
They
boatloads of energy and they want to have, like a close relationship with their owner. Whereas dogs that get carried around in handbags, they're just not bothered. Like cats, don't care.
Yeah. No, they're working cockers are fantastic. But going back to, and again, this is why I think what you do is really important, is that actually what's really interesting is you do often get to the point on all of these political issues in a very...
Only by accident, believe me.
No, I think you do in a very subtle and humorous way. And it actually surprises me how you're on at this point and not on at other points. Yeah, I think you should be doing the breakfast show.
Well, I'm actually on the radio.
Trump has small hands.
Is he gaslighting the UN? Boris Johnson's going to address the United Nations and put forward a plan to help stop future coronavirus pandemics. Boris Johnson is going to do that. How will the UN damp down its laughter? Now, wait a minute. I have a detailed plan, the detailed files, except I just pressed something on this screen and it went to another site. Ugh. It's going to be the first time that Boris Johnson has addressed a United Nations General Assembly since the UK has left the European Union, and he will likely stress the UK's ongoing commitment to international trade and relations. He is gaslighting the United Nations. As his government's proposed internal market bill attracted criticism earlier this month, says The Scotsman, with those opposed to it saying it effectively put the UK in a position of breaking international law, Boris Johnson may also seek to reaffirm Britain's commitment to the rules-based order. Up is down and black is white. And once again, it's the mantra is, what would Donald Trump do? Always. That's what this government thinks like. Every single thing they do isn't magic, as Sting will be able to tell you. Every single thing they do must be seen through the prism of, what would Donald Trump do?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
I mean, think of the strategy. Is there a strategy?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. Just bouncing around like a ping-pong ball off the flippers. I mean, the UN isn't going to have an actual audience in person there. People are going to be sending a video message, like they're just picking up an award for being on TV. I'd like to thank God. But if he was actually addressing an audience, there would be some titters in that audience, believe me. How will he be able to keep a straight face? 0345 6060 973. Jim texts, your last caller, is this what Boris Johnson refers to as good old-fashioned British common sense? I don't know which caller you were referring to, but it could have been any of the ones in the first hour. Let's hope the second hour is absolutely chock full of quality. Northolt, hello, Julia.
Hi, Nick, how are you doing?
I'm great, mate.
Good. I've got a little poem that I thought might interest you. But
my God. A poem?
I think you'll like it.
Well, I don't like it. You lost me at poem.
Okay,
How many lines? How many lines?
Just a few. Bear with me. You'll like this.
No.
Nick.
How many? How many lines?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Nope.
Okay.
It's a no from me. Text it to me, baby.
Okay, I'll do just that. Right. You take good care of yourself.
Thanks a lot, Julia. She's not going to do that. A hot cup of instant coffee. Delicious, yes?
No.
0345 6060 973. James texts, does the NHS... No, I've read that. Gillian emails, the World Health Organization announced that dogs cannot contract COVID-19. Dogs previously held in quarantine can now be released. To be clear, who let the dogs out? Oh, my God. I am actually in pain right now. Let's have... and to compound my problems, guess who's on the phone? I'll have to keep him waiting for a while. I can't come to you now, mate. Plus, you've only been waiting for 2 minutes. I'll come back to you in an hour. Camden, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
I have a business idea about ice cream, an ice cream cone.
I'm thinking of screaming right now, as a matter of fact.
And with the monocle on stilts stuck on top of the ice cream.
With the what now?
The monocle on stilts.
Oh, right. Well, it'd be like ordering a 99. It would literally stick a flake in it.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
Only my cone will be with true flakes, true stilts.
Right.
Because it's like the English tourists, when they go skiing in the Alps, they like skiing they like powder skiing, which is outside the proper piste. And you see
outside the proper what now? Never mind. Don't tell me.
Proper
Yes. I get it. Powder ski. Are we talking about cocaine or actual skiing on snow?
No, when you ski outside the proper piste, it's called
lot
powder
of cocaine.
skiing.
Right.
And you see them stuck upside down, and so I thought of the monocle on stilts might be a good image of this.
Right. And did you explain that to my glamorous assistant before he put you on?
He couldn't understand it.
Really? Well, I'm stunned. So he couldn't understand it, so he put you on to me so that I might help him out with comprehension. Right.
But besides this, I have an idea to save
another one. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, to save the economy of part of the country.
Yeah. Is it ice cream based?
No, it's based on the healing waters of Barnard Castle.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Barnard Castle. Mm-hmm.
Like the healing waters of the Lourdes in France.
Lords cricket ground.
And they could say they could start healing eye conditions.
Well, I'm thinking of having a couple of pints of it right now, as a matter of fact. I mean, it couldn't make anything worse, could it? It could only help. Okay, excellent work there, Claire. Keep thinking. I want you to promise me that you will keep thinking. 0345 6060 973. Does anything on this show make sense so far?
No.
I expect it's my fault. Tracy says, I've just received my 48 toilet rolls from a well-known online retailer named after the Amazon. Well, which one? She says, I'm stocked up with paracetamol. Fool me once. Yeah, all that's started, by the way. Here we go again. Panic buying returns to the UK amid fears of a second wave of coronavirus. Tesco became the latest supermarket to impose rationing on food and household goods. Hang on. Oh, you drink coffee too quickly and something unpleasant happens. Did I get anything on you? Tesco's is going to limit to items such as flour, dried pasta, toilet roll and antibacterial wipes to 3 per customer. Because people are going berserk again and buying up whole aisles full of stuff like they're doing their Christmas shopping at 1 minute to midnight on the 24th of December. On Jesus' birthday, no less. Meanwhile, Morrison... And by the way, I keep thinking about the A to Z... I mean, the schedule has not been announced yet, so it's a bit previous of me to even contemplate the idea. But if I do the A to Z this year, what are we going to do? I mean, there isn't anything. This entire year has been one blooming story. People are going to be on the edge of their seats. I'm going to have to fill for days. We won't have one single thing for any of the letters of the alphabet till we get to V. I've never been concerned about having the ability to fill all of those shows around Christmas. Again, assuming that is actually what comes to pass. But I'm concerned this year. I'm going to have so many backup pastoras. I'm going to have to actually work over Christmas. Anyway, not only Tesco's, but Morrison's announced rationing is going to be introduced on certain items in its stores up and down the country. Now, you've seen those pictures from supermarkets that have already shown empty toilet roll shelves. People are going mad. I mean, really? Really? Empty toilet roll shelves already. This is just days after the government announced tighter restrictions in a bid to stave off a second coronavirus wave. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
A Tesco's spokesmodel said, "We have good availability with plenty of stock to go round, and we would encourage our customers to shop as normal." I think toilet roll is just about the only thing that we make in this country anymore, isn't it? I think we do toilet rolls and that's it. Gin and toilet rolls. That's all we do. I think I'm right about that. I think we actually do make, we are a place that makes toilet rolls. Shelves are, I mean, I'm just ratcheting through potential jokes in my mind and discounting them one by one. No, not appropriate, just carry on. Shelves were emptied following Boris Johnson's address to the nation on Tuesday night. It had the predicted effect. When Boris Johnson speaks, the nation rushes to the toilet. He sought to calm the country. He said, "Don't worry, my government's got the situation completely under control." He outlined a new raft of restrictions which include, but are not limited to, a call to work from home wherever possible, which is the exact opposite of what he's been saying these past few weeks. And they keep telling us that these new restrictions could last for up to 6 months. Up to 6 months. Which is a completely meaningless statement. What do they mean, up to 6 months? Because beyond 6 months, oh my word, as long as we can get through the next 6 months, things are going to be fabulous! Based on what? These restrictions could last for up to 6 months. Well, they could last forever. Because there may never be a vaccine. People are thinking that it's already a done deal. That it's just a matter of going down to the chemist and getting a shot. But it may never arrive. We may never get a vaccine. And if we do, I mean, there's a vast number of people who won't take it. And it might not be very effective anyway. I mean, the flu vaccine isn't. Some years, the flu vaccine has been 19% effective. 19% effective against the flu, the vaccine. Over the last 10 years, I worked it out with a calculator. The flu vaccine has been, on average, 43% effective against the flu. The vaccine, for the flu, on average, 43% effective over the last 10 years. So we might get a vaccine for the virus, and it might not work. So what is this about 6 months? I mean, if we keep on reacting to the virus like this, we could be in and out of lockdown forever. Until, or unless, we decide to just carry on with our lives and live with it. I mean, what we're doing now is like finding some damp in the basement and setting fire to the house to cure it.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
So Tesco supermarkets started rationing toilet roll. We're back to that again, with a notice on the shelf at one of their stores saying that they're limiting it to just 1 pack per customer. You're lucky they're not doling it out by the sheet. Shelves have also been emptied of rice, pasta and baked beans. Yeah, I bet broccoli and spinach is still available. I mean, they'll run out of crisps, but the vegetable aisle will remain untouched. Andrew Opie, Director of Food and Sustainability at the British Retail Consortium, said, "We urge consumers to be considerate of others." He doesn't know us very well, does he? Darren texts, you are forgetting that the virus has got a map to get out of lockdown areas and a watch to stop spreading itself about from 10 p.m. Well, that is a good point, yeah. Because that makes as much sense as anything that we've been hearing from Bozo the Clown. Peter says, I need some advice. Now that we're all wearing masks all the time, isn't this just the perfect time to launch a fresh career in stage ventriloquism? I'd be brilliant, he says. Yeah, but you won't have an audience. No audience, Peter. You forgot about that part. Although there are some theatre productions that are coming back. I think the play that goes wrong is coming back to the West End, which is a hoot. If you haven't seen it, it's a right good laugh. But I think that they're coming back with these social distanced audiences. How that's going to work, I've got no idea. But they're actually going to come back and make a loss, just to keep doing it, I suppose. Good for them. Otherwise, I mean, if the theatre doesn't come back, then I mean, it just doesn't bear thinking about. Because it's not just the theatre people on the stage, it's all the people behind the stage and all the people that do the lighting and the costumes and the stage sets and the scenery and the electricians and the carpenters, and it just goes on and on and on. And it's one of the reasons that people come here as tourists. I mean, if we're ever going to get a tourist industry back up again, and we better had, because it's all about the money, honey, then you can't lose the West End of London, the theatre district. This is one of the major reasons that people come here. That and the museums. And I suppose some of them may survive. God, what's going on? It's almost like that nobody's got a plan. Lynn texts, I keep pressing the escape button, but nothing is happening. You just keep bashing that button marked ESC on her computer keyboard, the escape button, and it apparently isn't working. It'd be marvellous if you just pressed the escape button on your computer keyboard and you were launched into space. An ejector seat propelled you into another dimension.
Yowza.
Wow, wouldn't that be great? This says, talk this country has got... What? Talk this country has got all its priorities wrong. Well, you got some of those words wrong. So what does that tell you? Instead of being constantly obsessed by political correctness, we should be concentrating on law and order and making the streets safe. What's that got to do with what I'm talking about? We're not constantly being obsessed by political correctness. What are you talking about? The people whose job it is to make the streets safe aren't remotely interested in political correctness. In fact, the opposite seems to be the case. I mean, you know Priti Patel? Yes, that's her. Well, Prissy isn't remotely interested in political correctness. She's all about the punishment. And there doesn't seem to be much of that about. I think at the last count, 7% of crimes ended in some sort of punishment. 7%. If only we hadn't gone through 10 years, the last 10 years, of a Labour government under the catastrophic premiership of Jeremy Corbyn, then we'd really be getting somewhere on law and order. If only the Conservatives had been in power over those last 10 years, then the party of law and order would certainly have had a word to say about that. Let's have a call in Manchester. Louise.
Oh, at last. Hi, Nick.
Louise.
I won't ask you how you are. I do care, but other people have asked you, so I'll leave that one.
Right.
Okay. Right. Yeah, the United Nations having a visitor from this country.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I used to work with a colleague that was one of the chief advisors of the UN in many countries. And I think he would be appalled at his presence and his words of non-wisdom.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's
well, you
fine.
know, if Trump's not going to show up, then he sent Mini-Me in his place.
Yeah, precisely. Okay, yeah. Now, also, there are two things. first of all, go with the I like your mentioning of one of my favourite, trilogies of all time, Lord of the Rings and Gollum, but we seem to be a bit one-sided here. We seem to be lacking a necromancer. Not Sauron, the one that had all the armies, but Gandalf.
Gandalf.
We need a Gandalf.
Right.
To lead us.
Okay. Who might that be?
I think this is nonsense.
No.
God.
Sit down, Dave. Not you.
Yeah.
We'll let you know.
Horrors. No, not him. I'll maybe Aragorn, maybe Viggo Mortensen. That's
right. So it would be somebody relatively tall and very, very strong, and somebody with white hair, perhaps.
A president. Can you believe it?
How does orange suit?
No, not at all.
Right.
Not at all. And also, what I'm concerned about is the Tories are welcoming new fresh blood into their party, and they've been having talks with them. So I think they're trying to project this into the future.
Who are you talking about?
The Tories are having new intakes, new MPs, the younger ones.
Right. Like who?
And I heard they're having a conflab with them. So I'm just wondering what the hell it would be like in that room.
How young are they? Oh, right.
I dread to think.
I mean, they got they're steeped in nepotism up to their eyeballs. Maybe Boris Johnson is going to appoint his new baby to be the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. I would not be surprised. At this point, it would not surprise me.
No me. Well, they're decent, good-thinking people, clear visionaries, and they've crushed all the creativity in the country, and it's just like, oh my God, time, like your Scream, sort of thing.
Right.
It's like that all the time. I think we've fed up of screaming. We want to make another noise now. Hurrah,
Yeah, let's just be happy. Why can't we bring happiness back? HAPPY-ness. Let's have a little bit more of that, eh?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Louise. 0345. Keep your chin up. 0345 6060 973. Sheila says, I just heard the news about the rat awarded for his bravery. He can sniff landmines out. This made me think, rats cause the plague. Maybe we could train them to sniff out the COVID-19 virus and help us. Do you think this could work? Says Sheila. Well, it's getting people to stand still long enough in the presence of a rat, I think, might be the problem. That might be an issue with people. George emails, remember on all those Sundays when you just wanted the weekend to go on forever? Well, wish granted. Long live furlough. If you're talking about as a child, no, I did not want the weekend to go on forever. Sundays themselves seem to go on forever. Sunday afternoons just stretched into the evening. It was just, so boring. You watch the clock tick slowly onwards and it just seemed to slow down. Okay, here's this poem by Julia. I'm not going to read it out without reading it first. I'll read it first, and then I'll read it out as deemed necessary or not. If it's Nessa, I'll read it. If it isn't, I won't. So that may or may not be coming up after the news. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Betty emails, never in my wildest of wild dreams did I ever think I would go up to a bank teller and request money with a mask on. Yeah, well, that is a good point. You can now walk into a bank wearing a mask. It did occur to me that with the winter coming up, about the only positive thing I can think about masks is it will keep the front of your face warm. Both of your face holes will remain warmer with a mask on. Plus, you'll be able to nick stuff and nobody will know who you are. There's that too. Plus, people look better with a mask on, don't they? Most people look... I mean, George Clooney and Juliette Roberts don't. Everybody else does. Look better with a mask. I know I do. No, Nick, you look fabulous without a mask on. Can I get some help here, please? Okay, here's that poem. Lots of kids in a classroom, fine. Working with a full workplace, fine. Trains and buses full of people, fine. Being in a pub with drunk people, fine. Packed supermarket, fine. On an airplane with hundreds breathing the same recycled air, fine. Eating out at any restaurant, fine. Drinking in pubs till 10 p.m, fine, because obviously the virus can tell the time. Having more than 6 family members or friends in the same house, too dangerous. Why? Because it isn't taxable and doesn't make money, and they wonder why people don't follow the guidelines. That's one of those poems that doesn't rhyme, also known as bad poem. But, yeah, that's about right. None of it makes any sense. How is it not okay to meet more than 6 people, but you can go to a gym, for instance? I mean, gyms have to be the best way to pass on the virus. It's full of hot, panting people.
Disgusting.
Aerosols all over the place. Aerosols of virus molecules squirting all over you. How is that okay? Let's have a call in Bexley. Mandy. Mandy. Too late. Let's have Bister. Stephen.
Nick, how are you doing, mate?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally with you on this. To be honest with you, I mean, a lot of the stuff is. You look at it now. Is where is the sort of end game? That's what I look at.
Yeah. What's the plan? What are we actually?
Exactly.
What are we doing here, rather than reacting in the moment to try to avoid bad headlines in the Daily Mail?
Exactly, mate. What's the long-term plan? What are we actually aiming to achieve?
Yes.
When we was on lockdown, it was clear what we were trying to do. We were trying to get the infection. We were all staying in, get the infections down.
Yes.
And we were all on board with that. And now,
stay in, sit down, shut up, kill the NHS, something like that.
Well, exactly. Who knows? It's go to work. I mean, I've been working from home, but you know, they pushed us to go back to work.
Yeah.
Then they've said go back to working from home.
If you don't go to work in the office, you will get fired. That was the message.
Yeah. And then a few weeks later,
if you do go to work in the office, you'll all die.
yeah.
So choose. Select one.
To be fair, mate, it's no wonder really that people are confused. You know? So it's and we're in for a long winter. But I'm not actually, and I feel like the only target now is the vaccine.
Yeah, well, it may never arrive. People have got to stop assuming that there's going to be a vaccine, that people will take it, and that it will work. None of the above may happen.
Well, exactly. They're talking about the next 6 months, but. You know,
I mean, that Russian one has had questionable results. Would you take a vial of liquid chemicals from Vladimir Putin? Be honest.
Yeah, let me think about that for 2 seconds.
Okay, yeah. I'll leave that with you.
No, I wouldn't. And what? It's going to take months and months, surely.
A vaccine normally takes 8 years to create. And plus, there's the small matter of making hundreds of, billions of doses. I mean, how are they going to do that? How is that going to be effective within 6 months?
Well, initially, I expect it will be the elderly and the vulnerable that will get it.
Oh, you mean assuming that there is a strategy?
We can always hope, but that would be the initial plan. But then,
well, you would think, but we're dealing with you know who.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. But personally, I wouldn't expect to get a vaccine for at least a year.
But a vaccine only works if everybody takes it. There's no point in having a vaccine if everybody doesn't take it.
Absolutely, mate. And there's a flu vaccine, but flu still exists. You know, so
flu still what?
flu still exists, doesn't it? There's a flu vaccine, but flu still exists.
Yeah.
So,
right. I just wanted you to say the word exists again.
Thanks. Cheers for that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, mate. You just like knocked the corners off that word and just slid through it. It should be a roadside sobriety test. Can you stand on one foot, put your index finger on your nose while saying the word exists? If you can't, then you must give up your keys. Unless you're driving a hatchback, in which case, please carry on. 0345 6060 973. Andy says, are we going to see more cars with "Keep Your Distance" stickers like the one that seemed to be on all Austin Maestros? Haven't seen one of those in a good long while. This says, what you have just told us. October, the clocks go back and the UK goes into lockdown. November, Trump is re-elected. December, a no-deal Brexit. January, Kent leaves England. I live in Kent, says Anne. Any bad news out there? I'll keep my eyes open, Anne. You'll be the first to know. Assuming you are still allowed legally to receive radio signals in Kent. I wouldn't be remotely surprised if they were outlawed. Because that would make as much sense as anything else we've heard so far this year. Bexley, Melissa.
Hello.
Melissa.
Hi.
Yes,
Thanks
Melissa.
for taking my call.
Thanks for making your call.
Thanks.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's great. So, right, I was thinking, what if kind of everybody who had shops and their businesses and things like that.
Shopkeepers.
Were shopkeepers, yes.
People who have shops.
Proprietors, yeah. If they were to say, actually, do you know what? No, I don't want to close my shop. I feel that I am capable of managing a hygienic and socially distanced.
Yeah. Clean and pristine, yes.
Yes, and...
Well, who's saying that they should shut their shops?
Well, when it comes to kind of like lockdown, it's all of a sudden everything starts to very slowly creep in.
Yeah.
That, everything becomes...
Locked down.
Yes.
In lockdown.
Well, yeah. Hence... Lockdown.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, what was the kind of, is it the law saying that you have to do this, you have to shut your shops? And I'm just thinking, what if actually people were to say, no, I'm not going to do that. I want to keep my business open. I want to carry on,
Yeah.
If there was a little bit of a local rising.
Right.
Of, we're people, we're capable, intelligent.
Well, let's not get carried away.
Okay. Let's not push it.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I was just thinking to myself, it would be just something I'd like to see, a little bit more of, rather than just being...
A revolution.
Kind of, not revolution, okay, maybe a little bit too far for the general public.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking maybe just a little bit of kind
resistance,
of like...
not revolution, a resistance. A little bit of resistance.
Yeah. Where there's a little bit of kind of like, do you know what?
Right.
We can do this.
I think the British refer to it as whinging and whining and moaning. Yeah, mass and grumble.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But that is the nature of our resistance. We'll whinge and we'll whine and we'll moan, and then we'll say, but, mass and grumble.
Yes, but then nothing actually gets done.
No.
And I'm just thinking to myself, do you know what? Actually, what was the first slogan that kind of like came from the very beginning of this? It was to protect the NHS. Now, I haven't heard that mentioned for quite some time.
Well, I don't think it exists anymore, does it? Is the NHS still a thing?
Well, I'm hoping.
Has anybody seen it lately?
I just haven't heard it mentioned. I haven't heard that that's the kind of like, we're doing this to protect the NHS and our key workers.
Right. They didn't protect the NHS. They switched the NHS off. It did not exist for a while there, pretty much.
Well,
they're still not doing anything. I mean, I know people who work at the NHS and they're just sitting twiddling their thumbs. They ain't got nothing to do.
Well, I know many people that work for the NHS.
Well, I know more.
Well, I don't know. And
how many is many? I mean, how many are we talking about? 6?
I'm talking 3 family members.
3,000 family members.
Okay, we can go there if you want, but...
Is it?
Yeah.
4?
No, 3.
Yeah.
8,737,540,000.
What, is that his friends?
No. He has no friends.
Oh, shut up!
0 friends. He has as many friends as he has strategies.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's 0 strategy.
Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, Melissa. 0345 6060 973. You know, they say that alcoholism has jumped during the course of the lockdown.
Booze.
What makes them say that? Simon emails to the people who bought 20 bottles of soap. 20 bottles of soap, leaving none on the shelves for others. You do realise that to stop getting coronavirus, you need other people washing their hands too. Yeah, I think I've been reading many reports from scientists that to say that the hand washing thing, while being important, is not as important as it being passed on through aerosols, as in people breathing out. God, if people would just stop breathing out.
Disgusting.
Just breathe in. Can you not be happy with just breathing in? And it's not just necessarily coughs and sneezes and all the rest of it. They will release globules into the atmosphere, but it's more than that. Panting, breathing itself does it. Aerosols, tiny invisible little droplets. That's which makes it seem to me like insane that they haven't shut gyms. I mean, I've been going back to my gym. I'm doing about 1 day a week now. Pathetic, really, but at least it's something. Because during those 6 months that the gym was shut, I did nothing, as in 0 exercise, because I just couldn't be bothered. Unless you actually go, I find that I'm just not going to do it. Because if you go there, then you're not going to stand... Well, I was about to say you're not going to stand around and do nothing, but of course a lot of people do just exactly that, which I find infuriating. Stupid morons who go to the gym just to sit on pieces of equipment and gawp at their phones. Ugh. Painful. There's so many of them. They just use it as their own personal... it's like people used to have a phone table in the hall. Kids can ask their granddads and grandmothers about this. We used to have a phone in the house, but it was considered impolite to take a phone call in the living room. Imagine that. And so they used to have the phone in the hall, which would be the least comfortable place in the entire house. It wouldn't have any heating in it for a start. But the phone would come with its own piece of furniture. The phone table, which would often have a seat built in. God. And so that's where people would take and make calls, in the hall. How did I get onto this? What's this got to do with anything? Why am I sitting in the hall with on the phone table? Why did I get there? How did I get to there? I can't remember. I should leave breadcrumbs behind me so I can work my way back. Oh well, I suppose I'll never know. Farouk emails, when Donny leaves office, it will be the most celebrated day in history. He's not leaving office. They're going to have to drag him out. He's going to he'll dig his fingers into the carpet and leave a track on the carpet with his fingernails as they drag him out by his feet.
Donald Trump has small...
Tony texts, I thought 2020 couldn't get any crazier. And then they went and awarded a gold medal to a rat. I'd be disappointed being the rat that came in second, wouldn't you? It's the rat that came in third that you really have to feel sorry for. And nobody ever remembers the rat that came in fourth. So sad. This text says, what's the link with COVID-19 virus and toilet paper? Can somebody please explain? People... I don't know, people just freak out at the prospect of not having any toilet paper, and then it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you think, well, there might be a lack of toilet paper, so I'll get a lot of toilet paper, and then the next person comes along and there's nothing on the shelves, so they're freaking out, and that makes the news, and then suddenly all over the land there's no toilet paper anymore. And people have got garages full of it. Chigwell. Hello, Andrew.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I've been listening to the adverts run by TfL about how our great mayor is improving social distancing.
Yeah, well, we can't talk about the adverts, but we can talk about the great mayor. Yeah, what he is a complete man.
Yeah, how he is improving air quality. Mm-hmm. He's improving social distancing. Yeah. He's improving so much for the people of London.
Yes.
Thank
you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By closing off the roads,
right.
Stopping the police from going through,
Who's stopping the police from going through where?
The roads.
The police can't go through the roads?
No, he's narrowing all the roads. He is shutting off all the side streets.
Yeah. Actually, they reversed that decision because I went through Balham. And all of those little tiny streets, those residential streets, for a little while there, when the weather was nicer, they had those planters at the front of them, so you could only get down one with a bicycle, like a moped. Cars weren't allowed, and they were in existence for, I don't know, maybe a month or so, and then they took them all away again.
Oh, if you've ever been down Waltham Forest, down in Walthamstow recently, mm-hmm. It's all single lane.
Right.
You have a double bike lane down one side of the road.
Yeah.
You have a single lane down the other side of the road,
mm-hmm.
And it's all the way alongside the forest.
Isn't that the little experiment that they had in... It was in Waltham Forest Village. Didn't they make it pedestrianised to much discontent when they first mooted it? But then when they put it in and the residents got used to it, they found that, actually, you know what, it's really nice not to have cars down the middle of this road, and we can sit out and have a coffee and a bit of a chinwag.
But the only problem is that all of the traffic in Walthamstow area travels at a grand speed of at least 15 miles an hour.
Right.
And I went down there this evening on the rush hour, and it took me 25 minutes to go a mile and a half. There were no cyclists around, but thick traffic constantly.
Mm-hmm.
I went through Hackney where obviously everything's 20 miles an hour. Solid traffic down the A10 around Dalston. Maybe 5 bikes in sight and 250 cars. They did a survey recently.
Survey says?
In and around London. For example, down in Park Lane, they surveyed 21 bikes and 400 cars going down the Park Lane.
Yeah.
They have one lane as opposed to 4 lanes, and total gridlock. It's I run a flower stall, and people can't park anywhere. They can't get to me, and they are just giving up travelling. They're destroying the...
Some of it, yeah, I get it. Some of the things that are happening don't seem to make any sense, because they're saying, on the one hand, don't travel on public transport if you can absolutely possibly avoid it, and on the other hand, they're making it difficult for people to go anywhere by car, because you can't go shopping on a skateboard, because where are you going to put your stuff?
And they also want people to shop, and so the high streets are not killed off. But they're killing off the high streets because you can't get to them.
You can't park. You can't get to them, and you can't park, and you can't do this, and you can't do that.
Stop whining.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
And also,
on the other hand, though, wouldn't it be better if we all stopped driving into the centre of towns in cars? Wouldn't that be much more pleasant Like we could be a bit more Dutch. Dutch people.
Yes,
always
and we can put trailers on the back of our bikes and carrying all those goods to actually get them home.
Right, except that in Holland you would arrive home with all your goods still in the trailer. In this country, you stop at a red light and people will nick it. That trailer will be empty in about 10 seconds flat.
Well, how do I get to, for example, to the market in the morning to actually sell the goods? Do I put...
Wait a minute, you go to the flower market at about 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you talking about? There's no cars on the road at that time.
I'm talking about the street market.
Oh, right.
The street market. If I have 4 trolleys of plants, what am I supposed to do? Put them on the back of my motorised
skateboard? Yeah. Try doing that.
And once you get there, you get parking tickets for loading, for offloading, and if you bring in your vehicle, you're blocking everything up because there's only one lane to go through.
Yeah, well, it makes as much sense as anything else that's happened this year.
And it's all in the name of making better pollution, less pollution, and social distancing.
Right. All of which are commendable goals to achieve, if only we could get there without people complaining so much.
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
It must be the news that Boris Johnson is going to lecture the UN on how we can prevent another pandemic. This can't possibly be the same Boris Johnson that scrapped a team of cabinet ministers tasked with protecting the UK from a pandemic 6 months before the coronavirus arrived. The government's anti-pandemic committee, we used to have such a thing, which included senior ministers, was disbanded without discussing virus control plans. Disbanded by Boris Johnson. The group, officially known as the Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingency Committee, was supposed to ensure that the UK was ready to cope with the pandemic. Well, it's a good job we haven't needed one then. I mean, everything is going very well, isn't it?
No.
The anti-pandemic committee was mothballed by the former Prime Minister Theresa May. You remember Theresa May, don't you?
Bill!
Yes. Yes, that's her. Mothballed by Theresa May it was on the advice of Cabinet Secretary Sir Mark Sedwill. So ministers and officials could focus on Brexit. How's that going?
Oh, fabulous.
And it was abolished, absolutely abolished, wiped out by Boris Johnson just days after he entered number 10 last July as part of a vow to streamline Whitehall. In other words, what would Donald Trump do? That's exactly what Donald Trump did. It's like we're a mirror image. The exact same thing that his hero and personal role model, the baby tornado, did in America when he ascended to the top job because of the support from a particular demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
6 months after Boris Johnson had the foresight to scrap the committee that could deal with a pandemic arrived. And now he has the nerve to lecture the UN on how we might prevent another pandemic. And, by the way, who could have predicted that, apart from anybody that had ever been to the cinema in the past 20 years, that a pandemic would arrive? You couldn't go to the cinema a week in the last 20 years without there being at least one film on offer that had something to do with a pandemic. I mean, it's not like this came out of nowhere. It's not like this that couldn't have been predicted. People are predicting it over and over and over again. And in the face of these predictions, what did Boris Johnson do? Stuck his fingers in his ears and hummed loudly to himself. And had the very people whose task it was to protect us from a pandemic disbanded so that they could no longer protect us from a pandemic. And now we're where we are. I mean, here's some of the films that had something to do with, or were specifically about, rather, a pandemic. 12 Monkeys. Not a small film. It had actual Brad Pitt in it. And actual Bruce Willis, for crying out loud. 12 Monkeys. There was The Andromeda Strain. 28 Days Later. 28 Weeks Later. Cabin Fever. The Cassandra Crossing. Flu. An actual film called Flu. Then there was I Am Legend, Infected, The Last Man on Earth, Amiga Man, Outbreak, The Paradise Virus, Quarantine, Resident Evil, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Shivers, Virus, literally a film called Virus. 3, actually, all of the same name. As though one wasn't good enough. World War Z, Zombieland, to name but a few. Constant loud warnings from epidemiologists and scientists of great repute, all of whom were ignored because the government is ideologically against spending on things that don't make money. And that includes you, apparently. I mean, the stuff that's going on, it is just mind-bending, isn't it? Here's my mind being bent. Daryl texts, the biggest problem at the moment seems to be the lack of testing. If only there had been some kind of global health organisation that could have given some clear guidance months ago by saying test, test, test or something. Yeah, but who could have come up with that? Who? Here's a call in Dorset. Phil.
Hello. Nice to speak to you. You're very funny.
Thanks, Phil.
I think it's bonkers that to scapegoat the pubs, close them down at 10 o'clock. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever to the virus numbers. What they should do is stop people going abroad, catching it abroad, bringing it back, and then sending their kids off to school, because the kids will get infected as well, and then they'll spread it around to other kids, and then they'll take it home, and then they'll spread it to their other families, and then before you know it, everybody's got it. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, but you can't not send kids to school, though, can you?
Well, no, but they can educate them from home. They've got the technology with computers these days, haven't they?
Well, some people have got computers. The poorest who need the help the most.
The government can supply computers, can't they?
Well, yeah, I'm sure that'll work.
Yeah, well, I think the whole thing's bonkers to not to let schools reopen without an effective test and trace system. You know.
Yeah. Well, I think
they should. They've made a complete hash of the test and trace.
Yeah, no kidding.
And that's why, and to keep schools open, I mean, it's no coincidence that the virus really took off once they reopened the schools.
Yeah, who could have predicted that? Nobody at all. Not even the expert put in charge of the contract tasting, Dido Harding. A baroness, no less.
There's this myth that kids don't spread it, but they do. They're human beings like everybody else, aren't they?
Sort of. They're like human beings, but smaller.
Yeah, but they still catch it. Although they don't get ill, they still spread it around.
Yeah.
So, you know, until we get an effective test and trace system, we should close the schools and educate the kids from home.
Yeah.
And
No,
you know, I mean,
don't think so.
Why don't we copy the systems that are effective in other countries, that have worked in other countries? Why do we have to reinvent the wheel and develop our own system?
Well, because we are being run by a cabinet of geniuses led by Megamind Dominic Cummings.
Oh.
And that is the reason that we're in this mess in the first place, is because they think they're way brighter than they actually are.
Yeah, well, I agree with you on the pandemic. I think the only way... I don't agree with you on Brexit, by the way, but that's another subject.
Yes, it is.
but on the pandemic, I think the only way is to face this virus, confront it head on, and herd immunity is the only way forward, really, because if we hide away from it, it's just going to keep bouncing back. I mean, these persistent lockdowns ain't going to achieve nothing. It's just going to come back with a vengeance the moment they open up again, isn't it?
We're going to face that virus and punch it in the face.
I mean, the only way you get on top of viruses is herd immunity in the long run, isn't it? I mean, you can't wait forever for a vaccine to turn up, because it may never happen.
Correct, Amundo, yes. And I don't think that teaching kids lessons at home is going to work, because parents aren't going to be able to do that. They just won't have the patience or the time, and the kids won't.
What's the alternative? It just
Sending them to school.
Yeah, but all right. Well, then we'll have to go down the herd immunity strategy, won't we? Yeah.
Well, we seem to be. I don't think there's any strategy at all.
I think they're going to be forced into that because the government doesn't want to shut the economy down again, do they?
Well, they appear to be doing just that.
Yeah. So they're going to have to eat their words and say they got it wrong, aren't they?
Well, we'll wait with the bated breath. I am waiting in expectation of it. You see me shiver with anticipation. 0345 6060 973. Oh my God, just when you thought it couldn't possibly get any worse. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, okay, Nick.
Yes, Brian.
Well...
What do you want now?
The ERG, the only people who can stop Boris Johnson in his cabinet. Next week, they're putting a thing up where they're going to have they have the numbers, they have 40 odd, where they can turn the vote and you have to debate things.
Yeah.
You can't just lock things down in this cabinet without debate. They're trying to get that through next week. So they've come to the rescue again, the ERG. They did it on Brexit, they're going to do it on this, hopefully.
Do
got
me
the numbers.
a favour. Tory
They've got
MPs
the numbers.
urged Boris Johnson to be smart.
No, but they don't agree with it. Baker and all of them, they're saying that they're breaking on too many freedoms of the public.
Yeah.
Right? And they're saying, be careful, the people who are at risk, yes, you put them away very safely.
I wondered how long it was going to take, because, I see it
You've
as...
got to pat on the back for this, Nick.
What?
You've got to pat the ERG to get this through next week.
I will do no such thing.
Well, you've got to, because it's a very good thing. That's what you were shouting for,
do
Nick.
not have to do anything of the sort.
But that's what you were shouting for. You were saying now that we have to stop all this lockdown. They're going way over the top over it, £10,000 fines.
There doesn't seem to be any strategy. It's what would Donald Trump do? Approach it with no strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
There's zero strategy. And at some point, people are going to have to say, people who are in a position to do something about it, they're going to have to say, well, maybe we're not going in the right direction. Maybe we shouldn't be following this current leader.
If we get this through next week, the ERG, you're going to pat him on the back for it. You're going to say, well done.
Most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
Well, because you're biased. Obviously biased. Right? And the thing is, right...
What difference does it make what I do or do not say about the ERG?
Nick, when are you going to get out there? All you've dug yourself into. You're refusing to get out of it, aren't you?
I like my hole.
All you keep doing is
let me rephrase that. I enjoy being in my current pit of despond.
The way you're going, right, you're going to keep digging, you'll reach Australia.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to admit in the end you were wrong, Nick.
If I take a left turn, maybe I'll end up in New Zealand. God, wouldn't that be marvellous?
If the ERG get it through, it's brilliant.
No, it's the same blooming political party that's got us into this mess in the first place.
Look, the cold...
That's like setting a fire and then claiming credit for calling the fire engine.
The thing is, they're fraught on the cold rebels if they're going to do this next week. But they're not rebels. They're doing what the public really want.
Forgive me, Brian, but is not the ERG a part of the Conservative Party?
Yes, well,
yes, and is not the Conservative Party the party that's got us into this mess in the first place? They get no credit for putting out a fire that they started.
The ERG are fighting for what the country voted for, and now they're going to do this on the...
they are doing nothing of the sort on either topic. They absolutely are not.
Get out your own and give credit where it's due if they do this. Come on.
You are so desperate for some kind of approval, Brian. It's pathetic.
It deserves approval. It deserves approval. And you get out that own, Nick, before it's too late. I'm telling you. You're showing yourself up now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm showing myself up by disagreeing with your unhinged theories, Brian. You must get over yourself. Tory MPs urged Boris Johnson to be smart and give in to their demands for Parliament to be given a vote on new lockdown rules, as the Prime Minister was told controlling the lives of 65 million people by fiat is not sustainable. This is the same Conservative Party that elected Boris Johnson to be their leader. And now they're pretending that it had nothing to do with them. Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of the 1922 Committee of Conservative Backbenchers, has tabled an amendment which would require a vote to be held on any new restrictions as soon as reasonably practicable. And Boris Johnson said, as soon as reasonably practicable, can we pencil in never? Let's shoot for never. They're fighting amongst themselves now as though to say, well, this had nothing to do with us. It was probably Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Anyway, they've got a vote next week. How tremendously exciting is that? Isn't it exciting?
No.
Not really. Sir Graham Brady has the public backing of at least 40 of his fellow Tory MPs, with the rebels hoping that the amendment will be put to a vote next Wednesday. That's what Brian was yelling about. All het up and very excited. As though this Conservative government was actually fighting against an outside enemy. It's themselves that have done it. You don't get no credit for setting a fire and then dialing 999. It comes amid growing Tory anger at Professor Chris Whitty and Sir Patrick Vallance. You heard what they're calling them?
You're trying to tell me that this is your act?
So that's what backbench Tory MPs have been telling Boris Johnson. Controlling the lives of 65 million people by fiat is not sustainable. And they don't mean he arrived in a small car. It's like acting like an emperor. Like a blooming emperor he is. Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of the 1922 Committee of Conservative Backbenchers, tabled an amendment which would require a vote to be held on any new restrictions as soon as reasonably practicable. What does that mean? It's meaningless. So before locking us down again, he's going to have to pass it by some benches full of old duffers. And I mean that in the politest possible way. Sir Graham has the public backing of at least 40 of his fellow Tory MPs. And the rebels are hoping that an amendment will be put to a vote next Wednesday, stripping Boris Johnson of some of his powers. What an awful thought. Stripping Boris Johnson.
Disgusting.
Nobody wants to see that. Put it away, Boris. The government are being urged to back down before that point, before Wednesday comes around. And he may get beaten in the palace. Before that point comes round, the government's being urged to back down and accept that MPs should be given a say on whether new rules should be imposed. Now, I don't know whether they mean local lockdown rules or national lockdown rules. Are they going to have a say on everything? Some of them are actually going to have to show up for work. The Telegraph reported that some Tory MPs have now nicknamed, here we go, Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific and the Chief Scientific Advisor, that is Chris Whitty and Sir Patrick Vallance, Witless and Unbalanced. Chris Witless and Sir Patrick Unbalanced. Because this is what they do all day. It is like, well, what would Donald Trump do? Sit around and make up names for people. Because that's presidential.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Meanwhile, ministers have been forced to deny claims of a rift between Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, after the Chancellor said yesterday it was time to live without fear, in comments which appeared to contradict the PM's new coronavirus crackdown. Yeah, that's right. Rishi Sunak said, live without fear. Boris Johnson said... Another one of his terrifying addresses. It is like, when Boris Johnson tries to be serious, it is a bit alarming because you think that you see Boris Johnson, you think funny, right? That's the problem with being known for being a funny person. We voted for that funny bloke off the telly, and it's a bit hard to take him seriously, isn't it? Or is that just me? Maybe that's just me. And when a clown is serious, like you wouldn't want Bradley Walsh reading the news, would you? Half the audience are going, who's Bradley Walsh? Didn't he play guitar with the Eagles?
Rock and roll!
No, that's somebody else. There is increasing concern among Tory MPs, apparently, about the way in which the government is handling the coronavirus. Really? Well, they've just woken up. Right, what the hell's going on around here? Increasing concern among Tory MPs about the way in which the government is handling the coronavirus crisis. Really? Increasing concern. They're a little bit perturbed. I mean, what on earth is giving them concern? You know, apart from everything that the government has ever said or done. Sir Graham Brady, out of the 1922 Committee of Conservative Backbenchers, has previously accused Boris Johnson of ruling by decree, by imposing restrictions on daily life without asking Parliament for permission. As in all else, Boris Johnson's mantra is, what would Donald Trump do?
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
So he doesn't have to be one either. And the rebels want their plans to be voted on next Wednesday, when the government asks Parliament to renew its coronavirus powers for the next 6 months. And Parliament should say no. And furthermore...
No.
Yeah, and maybe they will. Unless Boris Johnson backs down first. Boris Johnson and his evil henchman, Megamind. But, and it's a big, giant, wobbly but, there are major questions over whether Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle will select the amendment amid claims that it would not be legally binding on ministers. I don't know about you. I want the other bloke back. This Sir Lindsay is, he's just a bit, what's the word I'm looking for?
Boring.
He's a little bit boring. I want the other bloke back. Order. Amusing. Pressure is mounting on the government to give in on the issue before a potentially damaging vote could be held. God, it is like trouble in paradise, isn't it? Things are going so wrong. I mean, who could have predicted that you vote for a clown and you get a circus? It's like there's been a coup. There's been a coup in this country and there's been a coup in America. Same people, funded by the same people, with the same goal in mind. Stripping the government of any what's deemed unnecessary expense, and winner takes all. Same here, same there. Signatories to Sir Graham's plans include, but are not limited to, Tory former leader Sir Ian Smith. Why does he insist, or why do other people insist on putting his middle name in? I mean, it's not a double-barreled name. It just sounds like it is. Ian Smith. It's just not very grand, is it? It lacks grandeur. Ian Smith. Sir Ian Duncan Smith. Wow. I'm in awe. If I was wearing a cap, I'd be doffing it right now. I have no idea what doffing actually means. It's probably something rude.
Disgusting.
I'm doffing my cap at you. It also includes David Davis. So great they named him twice. Even opposition MPs have signalled their support for the move. Well, as you would expect. David Davis told The Telegraph the smart sense is for the government to give Brady and all of us what we're after. It was very unwise. It is a very unwise Conservative government that lets rebellion led by any chairman of the 1922 committee to go the distance. In other words, in other words, Boris, be careful. You might be about to get sacked.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Senior Conservative MP Tom Tugendhat, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, urged the government to enter this conversation on the plans in order to avoid a rebellion. And a Number 10 spokesman said, "We understand MPs and their constituents will be concerned about the coronavirus. That is why we continue to work closely with MPs to ensure they are able to hold the government to account," which is the opposite of the truth. Fake news. Once again, what would Donald Trump do? He would make stuff up and praise himself for doing a fantastic job.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He's not a smart person. Don't trust him. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. It's alarming, isn't it? The wheels are coming off this caravan already. The charabang. And it happened so quickly. Who could have predicted it? Apart from anybody that had ever heard Boris Johnson say or do anything. You know, apart from that, who could possibly have predicted this? Darren texts, masks are causing a massive divide and witch hunt against people not wearing them. If you wear one, you are a sheep. If you don't, then you're ignorant. Can't win. I've seen so many debates and arguments all because of masks. Well, just wear one then. I don't see what the problem is. Well, you know, apart from they're really annoying to wear, but, you know, apart from that, just wear one. If you wear one, you are a sheep. Well, says who? Just do it. Daryl texts, did you know it's only 15 months until Christmas 2021? He says, exciting, no?
No.
No. Well, I think that this Christmas is going to be cancelled. I mean, if we go on like this, we ain't going to get no Christmas. Because you won't be able to meet with your family, which may be actually beneficial. God, wouldn't that be marvellous? Not having to sit around a table, not having to slave over a hot oven for 6 days before people show up, clear their plates in about 10 seconds flat, and then depart to watch TV, which I expect will be The Great Escape. Again. Yeah, so if this Christmas is cancelled, then Christmas 2021, there's something to look forward to, yes? Chris texts, I'm a black cab driver in London. Well, we don't need to know your ethnicity, Chris. He says, come 10 o'clock in the West End tonight. It was packed. The most people I've seen on the streets since before lockdown. Well, that's a fantastic idea. Kick everyone out of the pub at the same time, drunk. Another fantastic idea, Boris. Keep up the good work. Morons, he says. I'm surrounded by morons. Well, I came through the West End at 8:30 this evening, and it was deserted. So I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. I think you're making it up. Because there's restaurants in and around Leicester Square, and last weekend they were pretty full. Were almost buzzing. There was something adjacent to buzzing. Not like it used to be, like in the good old days. But tonight, empty. As in, deserted. It's actually quite sad to see. I don't like it. Adam says, hearing about that brave, highly decorated, landmine-sniffing rat makes me realise how unfulfilled my life is when I'm outshone by a rodent. Serious hero envy. 0345 6060 973. Patrick says, just imagine Mrs. Rees-Mogg's embarrassment turning up at the Antiques Roadshow asking how much she might get for Jacob, only then to be told he's a fake. He's a fake.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah. How come he speaks like that and his sister speaks like a normal human being? Seems like an act, don't it?
I don't know anything.
I don't know. I mean, nobody speaks like that. The Queen doesn't speak like that, for crying out loud. He's been playing that act his entire life, or you know, at least since Eton. Nobody that goes to Eton speaks like that. David Cameron doesn't speak like that.
I think this is nonsense.
He speaks almost like a normal human being. I mean, Boris doesn't speak like that.
Here we go. Okay.
He almost speaks like a real human being. Almost, but not quite. But this bloke...
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
No one speaks like that. Steve says, any news on the weather in Glasgow? Well, I will check while you wait. Wow. Sunny tomorrow. As in, no rain, no cloud, all sun. Do Glaswegians have anything to wear in the sun?
No.
So 58 degrees tomorrow, sunny on Sunday, raining on Monday, no rain on Tuesday, and then, oh yes, normal service is resumed. Raining in Glasgow on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Every day for the rest of your lives. Oh well. You've got a lot of good architecture to take the eye off all of that constant rain. Claire says, we have a table in the hall with just a lamp on, and my husband still calls it the telephone table. I'm thinking of getting a phone book to put on it so we can have a retro theme. That's a good idea. Hey, kids, there used to be a thing called a phone book. It used to be the size of... what did it used to be the size of? Well, it was about as thick as a house brick and as big as a photo album. Huge they were. Claire says, by the time COVID and Brexit are finished with us, we will be begging for a rewind to the 70s with this awful food and cold beds. Ah, yes, but think about the music.
Groovy.
The 70s. Absolutely everything about the 70s was dreadful, apart from the art. As in cinema and music, mostly, by and large. I can't think of any actual artists that came to prominence in the 1970s. I mean, you know, like painters or sculptors that came to prominence in the 70s. Can't think of any off the top of my head. The 50s, absolutely. 40s, of course. 30s, yes. 20s, naturally. The 10s, yup. 60s, of course. The 70s, like music, yes. It's still my preference for, if I could only listen to music from one decade, it would be the 1970s, because it was the best decade. Any fool know that. Here's a call in Bath. Hello, James.
Hello.
James.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good to hear. So I believe that Boris Johnson's been hiding behind his ministerial capability at the moment, inviting students come back to universities, and then to say that that students should not be able to come back for Christmas. I believe it's outrageous.
Right. They shouldn't be able to go back for Christmas.
Well, that's what Matt Hancock is saying, that students shouldn't be allowed to, which I think is incredibly cruel, especially because he's encouraged students to come back and universities are struggling for money, which is what we've been told.
Yeah.
So we've been told to come back.
Well, whether you go back or not, you still have to pay. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make any difference whether you go back or not. You could take it. You can take your course by computer in the squalor of your own home, and you still have to pay the full fee. That seems tragic to me.
That's the thing. And then there's been no compensation or anything having to pay the same amount of money.
That's an outrage. Are you a student?
I am a student myself.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And you're a student in Bath University.
Yes. Student house. I'm living in a student house at the moment as well.
Oh, okay.
The reason I didn't hold my studies is because I'm living in a student house.
And so is that on campus?
It's not on campus. At the moment, I'm on private landlord.
Right. So what's the feeling among the students then? What a time to be a student. It must be a blooming nightmare.
The students are pretty pissed off, I would say.
I would think
so. To say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, on national radio. They are annoyed, to say the least.
Yes. So what's life like? Are you getting ordinary classes? You having to? How are you squeezing into lecture theatres?
Well, the lectures start on Monday, so...
you haven't started yet?
They haven't started yet. They start on Monday, so it is 4 hours a week in person, and then the other 11 hours are online.
4 hours? What kind of course are you doing?
I'm doing politics and international relations.
Right. Okay. So like a social science.
You can call it social science, I assume. It is politics.
Yeah.
So.
Right. 4 hours face to face. Is that lectures, or are you talking about?
They're more like
seminars, right?
Type things.
Yeah.
Rather than lectures.
Right. Well, because I did psychology, and I think the most I ever did a week was about 4 hours, but there was nothing to learn, absolutely nothing to it. All you had to do was show up, put your name on the piece of paper, and they give you a 2-2. That could be your plan.
Well, I would like to get a bit more than a 2-2, I won't lie.
Oh, I see. 2-2 not good enough for you?
Well, as much as I would love to, that's not the quality that's allowed these days.
Right. Okay, well, I wish you all the very best with your studies and your life, which I imagine will be not remotely as pleasant as my life going through it, apart from anything else. We used to do it for free. In fact, it was better than that. The government used to give us money to study. actual real money in the form of a cheque, which you could put in a bank and then spend on comics and sweets. You know, anything other than coursework, books, stuff like that. Books?
Boring.
No thanks. We spend it on booze. The other essential that begins with B. Yeah, booze and going to see bands. So many bands. I suppose that won't be allowed either. You won't be allowed to squeeze into university bars, the student union bar. That'll probably get shut. God, what a nightmare. And you'll still have to pay $9,000 a year for the pleasure. Pfft, that's just rubbish, isn't it? 0345 6060 973. I don't envy you at all. Because you've got to go through all of that, which seems like not the university experience. I mean, people don't go to university to learn anything. They go to university to commune with other students and to do hot student things to each other.
Disgusting.
That's why people like going to university. It's for the social life. And if you don't get that part, then what's the point? I mean, you can learn on your own. You don't need anybody to teach you these days. It's all available on the World Wide Web. You've got a computer, then you've got everything you need to know right there in front of you. Being the student part, the thing that may possibly, if you squint and believe, may possibly be worth the money, £9,000 a year. But it's only worth that if you get to do the student bit, you know, going to see rock and roll bands and going to the disco and hanging out in a student bar and doing stupid student things. But you don't get to do that. All thanks to, no, I was going to say all thanks to the virus, but it isn't. It's all thanks to our reaction to the virus. It's all thanks to you-know-who.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, well done, Boris. You see what you've done? This text says, I saw some shocking footage of Donny's supporters completely convinced that the only way that Joe Biden would win is if the election was rigged. Is this reality? Wake me up when it's over. Yeah, is this real life or is it Memorex? Unless I'm hallucinating, this is real life. God, wouldn't it be marvellous if this was an hallucination? If we were going to come out of it in a couple of hours. No, I'm afraid it's real life. So the dinglings have been persuaded that the only way that Joe Biden could win is if the election is rigged. You know, those people. The Donald Trump's base.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, the cultists who will believe absolutely any rubbish that falls out of his mouth. Donito Mussolini said so it must be true. The reason that he is saying that mail-in votes are fraudulent, which is completely untrue, it's another lie, is that the Democrats are more likely to vote by mail and the Republicans are more likely to vote in person, particularly as the virus now has been weaponized politically, and if you believe in the virus, you are a loony left-wing snowflake, and if you don't believe in the virus, then you're a patriot. America!
The American dream is dead.
You know, all those the flag-waving dinglings. No offence. Mike, and it's only about a month or so away. God, the stuff that's going to be happening between now and then, and subsequently. If only we could wake up from this, wouldn't it be great? But we're actually living through it. Can you believe it? We're living through a period that people are going to be writing about in the history books. We're living through an interesting period. Yeah. I'd rather be reading about it than living through it, but, you know, maybe that's just me. Mike texts, next zombie apocalypse... Shall I say that again?
No.
Next zombie apocalypse film, I want to see lots of people running around with 3 months' supply of toilet roll, just for realism. That's right. That's right, yeah. We need more realism in zombie apocalypse films. Let's get serious. We must talk about the issues. I mean, some of that sci-fi stuff, it's just not believable. Richard texts, don't forget every major computer game since the late 90s has been about pandemics and viruses. Resident Evil in 1996, straight through to Days Gone in 2019. Well, I don't know about that. Or anything relating to computer games other than Pong. Anybody remember Pong?
Negative.
It was the first one. It was absolutely rubbish. Tennis. That was the one that got everybody excited for about 10 seconds and then realised that the bat didn't react accurately to the movements that you were trying to make it do. It was just like juddering all over the place. Impossible. That and then Asteroids. Those are the only two games I could play for, I don't know, about a half a minute before I just got bored and went and did something else. Cat, fortunately I didn't get hooked on those. I didn't get hooked on games, didn't get hooked on cigarettes. Heroin, though. I'm kidding. Cat text, Brian sounds like a supermarket self-checkout machine. Approval needed. He's actually more like an unexpected item in the packing area. You hear that, Brian? You're an unexpected item in the packing area. Matt emails, Sir Graham Brady out of 1922. That's the answer to your problems. That is the answer to the problem. Out of 1922. Actually, that's out by about 20 years. Still fighting the Second World War. That's what this country is. Oh, by the way, Germany told us not to panic. Oh, maybe I've run out of time to do this. Maybe not. How many texts and messages have I got? Oh, okay. All right, I'll do it now. Talking about World War II, Germany's most celebrated virologist, or is it virologist? No, because that makes him sound, thrusting. Virologist. Germany's most celebrated virologist has advice for countries contemplating a second national lockdown. Don't do it, it ain't worth it. Hold your nerve, he said, and don't succumb to the pervasive mood of mass hysteria. Which is a switch. A German is telling us, don't panic. It's time to stop all this alarmism, he said. We can outsmart the virus using all our knowledge. That's priceless. We're going to use knowledge, Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. It's time to stop all this alarmism, he said. We can outsmart the virus using knowledge, says Professor Hendrik Streeck, director of Germany's Institute of Virology at Bonn University. He says, we have to realise that COVID-19 is going to be with us for a long time, and we must learn to live with it. We can't keep shutting down our daily lives and paralysing everything, he said. Well, that makes Teutonic sense to me. We don't shut down society to avoid death from the flu every year, do we? About 26,000 people die of the flu every year in this country. Can you believe that? We do not shut down every year to save 26,000 people dying from the flu. And that's 26,000 people every single year. So over the last 10 years, that's 260,000 people. And we did not shut down the country to save those people. And we don't stop selling cigarettes. They kill 77,000 people a year, which is 16% of all deaths from cigarettes, which you can buy where you get sweets. And so with the flu and cigarettes together, that's about 100,000 deaths per year. And we do nothing about it. I mean, what can you say?
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
The old bag is right. Professor Streeck, out of Germany, warned against the habit of misreading rising case numbers. He said, I'm convinced that changes in behaviour have had a huge impact on the disease. He said people are getting infected with a lower dose because of social distancing, and they're getting a less severe illness. Well, right enough, the deaths rate is right down. He said people are getting infected with a lower dose because of social distancing, which is what we've been doing. We've been good little boys and girls. He says it's no good looking just at case numbers anymore. You have to look at what's happening in the medical wards and the intensive care beds. He said the evidence on viral spread from social interaction is by now fairly conclusive. Big gatherings in closed spaces amplify the spread. But going to the shops or the hairdressers are manageable levels of risk. And that's what we do every day. We manage levels of risk. I mean, to give you an extreme example, I'm sure I've mentioned something like something of the order of this before, but you take, if you walk down the pavement, you assume that the pavement will hold each step you make. You don't tentatively creep along the pavement, tapping each step before you put the weight of your body on it, do you? Just to make sure that the pavement will hold you. I mean, occasionally, every now and again, the pavement gives way. At some place on Earth, it almost certainly does, every second of every day. And somebody plunges through the pavement. I've done that myself as a little kid, plunged through it wasn't a pavement actually, it was a broken manhole cover. But you stride confidently down a road, assuming that it will hold you, because to do otherwise is you wouldn't be able to get on with your life. It's an element of risk that we are comfortable with. And same with less extreme examples. Like the flu, for instance. We know it's going to kill about 26,000 people a year, but we don't do much about it. I mean, we got a virus, but people don't take it, can't be bothered, or just don't believe in it, or forgot. Professor Street said the evidence on viral spread from social interaction, fairly conclusive. Big gatherings in closed spaces amplify the spread. Going to the shops or the hairdressers, manageable levels of risk. And Germany has done particularly well. I mean, it's been a COVID success story. It's amazing that we aren't following their lead. But, we've got Dr. Evil, who's telling Boris what to do, and he's got other plans. His little scheme, whatever it is, has led us down the wrong path. Germany, a death toll of 113 per million. Here, 614. Those numbers again, 113 per million in Germany. Here, 614 deaths per million. And the difference between us and Germany is cannot be explained away as people do with us and Sweden. Whenever I bring Sweden up, people ring in high dudgeon, with clenched fist fury they are, saying, you can't compare us to Sweden, because Swedish people are different. They're perfect. Which doesn't make no sense to me. But the Germans aren't any different to us. We are practically German. The blooming Queen is German, for crying out loud. I surrender. Professor Streak says the secret to success is to have an early testing and surveillance system. Wow, if only we had one of those, Boris?
Contact tracing, contact tracing.
Oh, forget it. You're never going to work it out.
I would say he's incompetent, but I don't want to do that because that's not nice.
Isn't that woman that he's about to appoint to the Supreme Court one of those dinglings that believes that Jesus doesn't want women to think? I think it's just about that there or thereabouts. I'll sum up what they believe. And another one's gone, and another one's gone, and another one bids farewell. Fare thee well from a place with better weather than here.
Bye-bye.
Off he goes. Petrochemicals magnate Sir Jim Ratcliffe. He's moved to Monaco. Can you believe it? He's moved to Monaco where he can enjoy the fruits of Brexit. He's expected to save an estimated £4 billion in tax. And if your tax bill is £4 billion, that means you have enough to pay that tax bill. I mean, if what he has ever had from the government that tax would pay for. Let me say that again. Shall I say that again?
No.
What has he ever benefited from tax? I mean, it's a good job that people who are that rich are leaving in order not to pay tax, because what has tax ever given them? You know, apart from being treated by the NHS and having all his staff treated by the NHS and benefiting from the council homes that house his staff or his staff's family or the families of people that serve his staff and the police and the fire service and the army and the rubbish collectors and the roads that he uses to transport his goods and the street lights that illuminate the way and literally everything else that he's relied on to amass a fortune in a safe and well-run country that can only be like this because people pay their taxes. This stuff doesn't happen by magic, you know. So he spent a lifetime benefiting from all that, without which he couldn't have made his money. And when he had the chance to pay some back, he did a Brexiteer, by which I mean Scarpa, to a different country, after heading us onto the rocks of leaving the European Union. I mean, you could say the same of that other chief Brexiteer, James Dyson. They're all heading for the exits. I think it's a sign. When are the poor and the just about getting by who were persuaded to vote for this mess going to address the fact that the people that persuaded them to vote out either never lived here in the first place or are leaving faster than rats of a sinking ship? I mean, what will it take for them to admit they've been had? I know it's a loss of face, but you're going to have to admit it eventually. You bought a ticket ride for a boat and found out that when you were coming aboard, all of the owners and the engineers and the designers were disembarking by the other gangplank. I mean, at what point do you think you've been had? If all of the people that are responsible for the cruise don't want to take that cruise with you. The founder and chief executive of the petrochemicals company Ineos has moved from Hampshire to the tax-free sovereign city-state of Monaco. People who live in Monaco, apparently, for at least 183 days a year do not pay any income or property taxes, which is why it's chock full of the most greedy, unpleasant people on earth. I mean, how much is enough? Approximately. Give me an idea. If you've got more money than you could spend in 10 lifetimes, if you were at it 24 hours a day, is that not enough? Why would you be desperate not to give back some to the country you profess to love? I don't get it. Like, I genuinely don't. Please, educate me. Why would you root so publicly for the joys and benefits of Brexit if you weren't going to stick around to enjoy it? Huh? I mean, it rather makes it seem like the benefits are illusory. Like it's been made up by people who won't be here to suffer the consequences. I mean, if Brexit's going to be so great, how come all the chief Brexiteers are leaving? Or they were never living here in the first place. All that dark money. We still don't know where it comes from. So it's zero tax, 0% tax in Monaco. And in the UK, the highest tax rate is 45% on income above 150,000 a year. And if you're earning in the millions or the hundreds of millions, you can employ a building full of accountants to minimise that to a bill that you would need a magnifying glass to see. It's not like he's going to be paying 45% on everything. Ratcliffe was the UK's third highest individual taxpayer. He forked out 110 million in 2017 to 18, according to the Sunday Times tax list, and that's not nothing. Unless you're worth £17.5 billion, in which case it's 0.57% tax on your worth. 0.57%. Wouldn't you like to pay that? I mean, he isn't the first Briton to make the move. He follows fellow patriots like Topshop boss Philip Green. You know Philip Green? No! Yes, that's him. And his wife, Tina. Simon and David Rubin. Matt Land boss, John Hargreaves. And Lewis Hamilton. Which really puts the nail in the coffin of that old nonsense about taxing the rich. If you're bashing your fists in fury on your phone, trying to dial out 0345 6060973 in order to tell me this is a politics of envy, We can't tax the rich, they'll leave. They'll leave anyway. They'll leave whatever you set the tax rate at. Because it's not the rate, it's the amount the rate applies to. Like 10%. Wouldn't that be super fantastic if the tax rate was 10%? Well, if you earn £10 million a year, you'd be paying £1 million in tax. Suddenly, 10% doesn't sound so great, does it? 0 sounds much better. It's not the rate's irrelevant. It's the amount the rate's applied to. If we, human beings, allow places like Monaco to exist, these people will always scarper off to where they don't have to participate in this project called the human race. And they'll wallow in swimming pools of cash, because, that'll make them happy. We shouldn't allow it to happen. It should not be allowed to happen. Monaco should not be allowed to happen. Unfortunately, the people who could enact such a policy to remove Monaco from the list of acceptable destinations for people to go, we could shut it down. The rest of the world, there's more of us than there are of them. The rest of the world could shut it down. But unfortunately, the people who are making the rules are the very same people who would benefit from a place like Monaco. So it won't happen. The only people who pay tax are the little people, not leprechauns. The only people who pay tax are those who can't afford to pay it. So, after setting the course for the country by his actions and his interventions and his pronouncements about how super fantastic it will be for the country, Brexit. Chief Brexiteer Ratcliffe has gone to live somewhere else, where he won't be subject to the consequences and won't have to contribute to the nation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And let me also stop you right there if you're calling in to say, well, he employs people and they pay taxes. as though by doing that he's doing us a favour. Of course he employs people. He wouldn't be worth that much if he didn't employ people. You think he can run around his own factory making plastic widgets? He's got to employ people. And those people don't pay, they don't earn enough not to pay tax. You have to be earning an enormous amount of money not to pay tax. Either an enormous amount or a microscopically small amount. Everybody in between gets screwed. And comically, it's soon after he was knighted by the Queen for services to business and investment. The badge that comes with a sirship should come with a one-way ticket. Out of here. They all seem to scarper as soon as they get one of those. And we can see the consequences of his business and investment everywhere, literally everywhere, because he's the plastics king. And the plastic pellets called nurdles that his company create are all around us. They're everywhere. During a 2017 study on plastic pollution, it's estimated that 500,000 nurdles were collected on beaches in the Firth of Forth, which is, coincidentally, where Ineos Grangemouth plant is based. Of the 279 beaches that were surveyed around the UK, 73% were found to be littered with plastic nurdles. They form a soup in the world's sea. An estimated 6.6 trillion nurdles litter European beaches and oceans. That's just Europe. 6.6 trillion of them. And these tiny plastic particles can easily be confused as food by marine life. And they eat them. And then we eat them. What could possibly go wrong? What's for dinner, Mummy? Plastic. Ratcliffe owns 60% of Ineos and has seen his personal fortune increase since January 2019. Have a guess. Have a wild stab in the dark. In January 2019, he was worth only £9.5 billion. January 2019. which, unless I'm hallucinating, was last year. 9.5 billion, beginning of last year. Now, 17.5 billion pounds. That's according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, who know a thing or two about money. Oh, he also owns hotels, by the way, and much else besides. And, of course, the multi-billionaire Ratcliffe used your money to furlough almost 800 members of his staff from the luxury hotel groups. You paid, assuming that you pay tax and haven't managed to find enough to scarper to a billionaire's tax-free playground. I mean, that furlough scheme looks more like a socialist handout to the super rich the more and more you look at it. When it's a handout to the poor and the just about getting by, it's the evils of socialism. But when you hand an enormous cheque to billionaires, well, that's just good business sense. I mean, these people must wake up laughing. And we are so well drilled in this country that the very people who will suffer for this are the ones that are no doubt on the phone to me right now, ready to tell me that this is all the politics of envy. And, well, the usual suspects will come up with the usual arguments. I think that they're called, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, useful idiots. Or, as Donald Trump would say...
I love the poorly educated.
Texts and emails up from last night. This one says, Sir Graham Brady, out of 1922. There's your answer to the problems, says Matt, talking about the 1922 committee. You're very, very upset with Boris Johnson. They said. Jason says, I think the 40 MPs are idiots. Presumably you're talking about the 40 MPs from the backbenches of the Conservative Party who want to, or who don't, rather, want to live in a Boris Johnson dictatorship. They've sniffed the air and it smells like catastrophe to them. It's going to be a vote on Wednesday, I think, there or thereabouts. This says, only God's test, the rest is up to you. What does that mean? I've got no idea. William says, people are taking your wise advice and making pots of wholesome vegetable soup. That's why the restaurants are struggling. Actually, some of these don't make any sense. I bet they didn't make any sense last night either. I have no idea what I was talking about last night. I don't listen to this show. The host is an idiot. Tracy emails, the best way to celebrate Christmas this year is to buy the turkey and invite... Oh, that's a good one. Huh. The best way to celebrate Christmas, Jesus' birthday, is to buy a turkey and invite 30 people to its funeral. Well, you could invite 30 people to its killing as well, as long as you do it on a grouse moor. You could tie its little feet to the ground. Elaine says, I'm not bothered about toilet paper shortage. We're still working our way through the stash we bought in March for the last lockdown. Well, don't tell us where you live, Elaine, because people will come a-knocking with a pained expression on their face. In desperation, they'll be. And Lorraine says, I don't miss Cameron. I'm still living in austerity. The only difference is now it's austerity and rules, and more rules from a government I detest. Yeah, but apart from that, Lorraine, how's the year going?
Oh, fabulous.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Oh, it's confirmed. Latest breaking news. Donald Trump has officially nominated Amy Coney Barrett. Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, replacing Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It has to be a woman, and she has to have 3 names. Those are the rules. Amy Coney Barrett. She's one of those cultists who believes that women should not be able to think for themselves. I'm not making that up. She's in one of those weird cults that that thinks that men should make women's decisions for them. You know, oh my God, I just touched my lips with my fingers. I don't know where my fingers have been. What I meant to say was... yeah, you know, one of those people. Donald Trump's just buying get-out-of-jail-free cards. That's what this is. He's stacking the jury with yes people. And, of course, if a woman is not allowed to make up her own mind about anything, then she'll just refer to, her elder and her better gentle person, who will tell her...
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
Yeah, he does things proper. Who wouldn't believe that? Let's have a call in Wimbledon. Poshest Wimbledon. Oh, so leafy and green. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I am presuming that you are a person of ordinary means.
That's very presumptuous of you.
It is, isn't it? I'm sorry. I mean, I am, and there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Right.
But I do happen to know, which is quite unusual, really, because they normally like to hang with people of the same monetary might as themselves.
Ilk.
I do, yeah. I do happen to know a couple of very, very wealthy individuals, and enough is never enough. It doesn't matter how many houses they've got.
Of course.
How much money they've got. It is never enough.
In fact, it seems to be the inverse proportion. The more money you have, it seems like the tighter you get.
Yes, it is, because there's more to lose. And so this guy upping and going to what was essentially created by, I guess governments have agreed that this place can be what it is. Mm-hmm. So it's all his friends, isn't it, probably, that have sort of said, yeah, no worries.
He'll be surrounded by the international criminal super rich, which is where they go to, which is, if they can't launder their cash through London, which seems like a stretch, because pretty much anybody can, the mafia, the oligarchs, anybody that's got dodgy money, they just launder it through London. Yeah. This is the crookedest country on earth by value. But if they can't do that, then they go and stay in Monaco. Yeah.
Well, this is how it is, I'm afraid. And people that decided that Brexit was a good idea, the very, very wealthy ones, I guess there just must have been something in it for them to convince people it was such a good idea.
Well, unless they were just doing it out of the goodness of their hearts.
I'm sure you're going to get...
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to get a swathe of multimillionaires now phoning up saying, I'm a wonderful person. I walk the streets throwing tenors at people.
Joe, it's worse than that. I'll get a swathe of poor people calling me up and saying it's right and proper that these people can go where they don't have to pay tax. It's capitalism. Get over it, you lost. That's what they'll tell me.
Well, yes, they might call it politics of envy, but the point is, well, you couldn't do it, though, could you? I don't choose how much tax I want to pay. It immediately gets taken off of me. But they have that option.
That's right.
They have that option, and it's like, well, that's not right.
The tax is taken from you before you get your money. Exactly.
Exactamundo. Yeah, so we don't have a say in those things. They do. And it's like, well, you're earning that much. Actually, Warren Buffett... Fair play to him, who is also a very wealthy individual.
Warren Buffett?
Yeah, Buffett. Buffett.
Yeah, he eats at a buffet, but he's called Buffett. Yeah.
Buffett. Okay, Warren Buffett actually said that he said, I should be paying more tax.
Yes.
Because I looked at my PA's payslip, and pro rata, she was paying more tax than I was.
More than he was. It's not just Warren Buffett either. It's I think there was a letter signed by something like 100 billionaires who said, for goodness sake, this is completely broken, the tax regime here. You've got to tax us more. And of course the people that could enact such a thing completely ignored them.
Well, the thing is that did they really mean it? A lot of the time...
They would not have signed such a letter, such a public letter, if they did not mean it. They do mean it. There are good, rich people in the world. They're not all bad.
No, I'm not saying that they're all... I don't know all of them to know that they're all bad or they're all good or whatever, but the few that I do know, it's always, I work really hard and, I'm not that rich. I'm just sort of like, I've made a lot of sacrifices to,
This is why Boris Johnson is bellyaching about only bringing in £150,000 a year. It's because everybody that's around him is earning way more than that. It's by comparison with who they hang around with. He hangs around... Boris de Pfeffel doesn't hang around with people who aren't millionaires. It'll be... the people who aren't millionaires will be billionaires. He doesn't hang around with poor people. He doesn't know any poor people. He went to Eden, for crying out loud. His entire life has been surrounded by rich people. Earning 150 grand to him is being poor.
Well, yes, but then, the average wage is 25K?
Something like that.
Yeah, so they're out of touch, man. They're very out of touch, and, well, they create these loopholes for their multi-billionaire friends, so that, it's all about back-scratching.
The reason that the tax law is so unutterably complicated in this country is because you would require a building full of experts in order to find loopholes in it.
No, but the thing is, though, I have friends who have gone to these barristers that specialise, these sort of accountancy people, and they cannot get a consensus amongst them. So I think you have to get to such a level that you kind of know these people by association. They're recommended to you, because a friend of mine has spent thousands of pounds trying to get these barristers and these particular types of accountants to tell him, OK, this is how you're going to be able to pass this wealth on, but none of them can agree.
Right, so he's only spending thousands. If he was spending hundreds of thousands or millions of pounds on barristers and accountants, then they would agree and they would find a way. It can be done. Get Bono on the phone and he can explain it to us. He'll probably sing it to us. Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, no. Well, it wouldn't be any use to people like us, would it?
Of course not. Of course not. The rules are written in such a complicated way so that we have to pay that, but the people who can employ geniuses to figure a way around it, they don't have to. That's why it's so complicated.
Yeah.
If they wanted to make it easy, they could. At the stroke of a pen, everybody just pays a flat rate, the end. But it's not like that. It's complicated for a reason, so that the people with the money can hold on to the money. The laws of the country are written in order that the people with the money can hold on to their money. Assets is what's being protected by the law of the land. They don't care about you. Even you, Joe.
Even me.
Yeah. Okay, you know those rich people that you know?
Yeah.
Can you ask them for some spare change, please?
Oh, gosh, they're all constantly pleading poverty, the lot of them. Oh, well, I got this to pay and that to pay, and I was hoping that these would... One of them was telling me how, down he is about everything because he thought the last 10 years of his career he'd be earning the really big money. And it's like, this don't look too bad. It's like, it's never enough.
And have you seen the price of diamonds lately?
Oh, anyway, we're poor but happy, hey? Simple folk. It's probably best.
You speak for yourself, dear.
Going extremely well.
You bet your life it is. David texts, nonsense! ! We are capitalist society. We'll create a tax haven. Thank you. And that was me thinking or saying out loud, actually, and I apologise for saying this, that people like you, David, are stupid. I think that what you failed to put on the end of that message was that you aren't stupid. You just forgot that part. You left that bit out. Shall I read it again?
No.
Nonsense. We are capitalist society. We'll create a tax haven. Thank you. No, David, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, he was just being nice, being polite at the end there.
Be polite!
Milan text, the type of Brexit that prominent Leavers promised was a sports car. In reality, the type of Brexit we will get is a bus pass. Thanks a lot, Leavers. Yeah, it's a bus pass to a bus route that has been discontinued. Let's have a call in Oldbury. Ranjit.
Hi, Nick. You okay?
Yeah, super duper. Thanks for asking.
Good. I want to talk about the poor people. You've been talking about billionaires, yeah? And I want to talk about the politicians. When this committee sorts out the politicians' pay rise, and they've got to accept it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Right, so nurses that wipe people's bottoms, get like 1%.
Oh, please.
And the politicians get 9%,
right.
And they can't refuse it.
Well, yeah.
And they say, well, I'm going to give it to charity. Yeah?
No, they don't. Yeah. Who said that?
Some of them do, yeah.
Right.
And the phrase that comes to mind is, right, don't pee on my back and tell me it's raining with these people, yeah?
Right, it's not the phrase that comes to my mind, or one that I ever want to hear again.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to keep it polite because I don't want to be sued.
Not so far.
And then you got your Victorian politician, he's a poor politician, he is, because allegedly he moved these companies to Southern Ireland, didn't he?
Yeah, well, and then protested that he doesn't have anything to do with those companies. He just profits from them massively. Yeah, absolutely nothing to do with him. It was like that when he got there.
That's what I mean. So these people are a law unto themselves, okay?
Well, they make the law for themselves.
For themselves. And I have a lot of arguments with people that there aren't loopholes in the law. The laws are made around the loopholes.
It's not by accident that this stuff exists. It's deliberate, of course, by design.
It's by design, that's what I'm trying to say. And then the dumb idiots, right, like you're referring to, say, well, it's capitalism. Hang on, them screwing you. At the end of the day, if I run a company in the Cayman Islands, why don't I pay a sales tax on it here? Because out of every pound, I can claim 99 pence as expenses and make 1 pence on it and rate this country of 99 pence and take it abroad. What's the matter with these people? What's the matter with Joe Public? Don't he understand the basic maths about what I've just said?
The clue is in the percentage. You hear it all the time. It's the 1% or the 0.1% or the 0.01%. Where there's more of us than there are of them. We can do something about it. But, like being hypnotised, we are a nation of cap doffers who will genuflect before anybody that has got a posh accent or that arrives in a roller or that has more money than we do. And we will just allow them to walk all over us. And they do.
And then they say this country and, the Western world is, the land of milk and honey, and you can come out of nowhere and become a multi-billionaire.
Of course, you can.
How many of those are there, Nick?
It's like buying a lottery ticket. People can win £100 million, but it's almost impossible that you will be one of those people.
That's what, but the people aspire to be like that when they've been downtrodden on. What's the matter with them?
If you are not already rich, it is vanishingly unlikely that you will become rich. The riches get passed on down families. That's why the laws are there to protect assets. Assets stay with the people who have the assets. Very difficult to make money. I mean, some people do, and you hear those stories all the time. The thing that I always come back to is like this. I saw it once. There's this weird guy who interviews actors on the Sky, something like that. And he said to Tom Cruise, he said, "Well, tell me, how did you make it?" And Tom Cruise was speaking in front of an audience of young actor types, and he said, "Well, all you have to do is work really hard and believe in yourself, and you will make it." And I thought, no, Tom, that's completely untrue. There was 10,000 people exactly like you who came up at the same time, who all had the same dreams, and they all worked hard, and they didn't make it. You made it, Tom Cruise, because you got lucky. And it's the same in life. If you have an enormous amount of luck when you get born, if you get born to millionaire parents, then you'll probably be doing just fine. But if you didn't, then once in a blue moon, somebody will come up through the ranks and make it big. But that doesn't mean to say that those opportunities are available for all, any more than being as good looking as George Clooney is available to all. I mean, we're all human beings, but we can't all be that.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. These opportunities are far and in between, But the dummies, the uneducated, like what Trump says to people. He says he loves the uneducated. Yeah. And, one of the daytime programs that used to come on has been banned. I can't name it, But I used to call that the University for the Thick and the Unemployed, because that's what everybody wants to emulate, what was on that show,
You can't name it.
Well, I can, if you want me to.
Well,
the Jeremy Kyle show.
Oh, God.
Yeah? Because people, I watch people out my shop window, and then they're still... It's
like a passing parade of the slack Jordan drooling. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. I earn a living off these people. I'm not saying... When I try to explain to some of them, what are going to be your achievements in life? Well, I can't get a job because it's that person's fault. Okay, what did you do at school? I didn't go to school because I used to wag it, yeah? And this, that, and the other. And then everybody's blaming everybody else. And then, look, I mean... Look,
yeah, we're getting a bit off topic here.
Okay, but basically, these millionaires, right, are a law unto themselves, and you and I can bang our head against the wall, yeah, and the wall ain't going to get knocked down.
It will get knocked down. The Berlin Wall got knocked down. People thought that was an edifice that would remain there forever, and overnight it disappeared. All people have to do is make up their minds that this must change. Trillions and trillions of pounds are residing offshore on computer screens where they're not doing anybody any good. They've been spirited out of countries who are desperate for that money. Countries that have just gone through 10 years of austerity, for instance, who are 40,000 nurses down, who have the worst hospital bed rate of any other country in Europe, who are 10,000 policemen down, or 20,000, whatever it is. They're closing police stations because they can't afford to keep them open. They're closing courts because they can't afford to keep them open. And it's all about the money, honey. And if we actually did something about it, rather than just defended it by saying, "Oh, well, that's capitalism," and but with in the back of our mind, thinking, "Well, we could someday be a billionaire and go and live in Monaco." No, you won't. If you're not a billionaire now, you won't be. Forget it. It's like buying a lucky lottery ticket. There's nothing lucky about it. You lose. Good day, sir. We could do something about it. Absolutely. We could close the tax havens now. There's way more of us than there are of them. But we don't, because we've been hypnotized to believe that this is in our interests. It's not. It's the opposite of that. But what we'll get from people is, "You lost, get over it." Lucas texts, "You lost, get over it." Right on cue. "You members of the metropolitan liberal elite have no idea of what the normal British man needs, and yes, I'm not stupid." No, Lucas, you are stupid. You're too stupid to understand that I'm actually speaking on your behalf, in your favour. You members of the metropolitan liberal... You'd think that from that I'd be extolling the virtues of tax havens, of saying that the rich shouldn't pay tax. You stupid, stupid man, Lucas. You lost, get over it, in capital letters, exclamation mark. No, Lucas, you lost. If that phrase is on the tip of your tongue, "you lost, get over it," it is almost certainly in reverse. You lost. And you can't get over it. You can't get over the feeling that you've been had, which you almost certainly have been. How are those sunny uplands treating you, by the way? You tired of winning yet? Tim in Manchester emails, "You lost, get over it." Your liberal snowflake views are incorrect. I really am bemused. It blows my mind that people who... I mean, I'll assume, Tim, that you're not a billionaire. I'll assume that you're not a millionaire. I'll assume that you're just about getting by, struggling to get ahead. And yet, it's people who try to help you, to try to improve your lot, you are fighting them. You forgot to tell me you're not stupid. It's unbelievable. People are drowning and you're throwing them a life jacket and they're refusing to put it on because... Because why? Because you lost, get over it. You'd rather drown. It's staggering. The super rich must wake up laughing. I mean, it's just so easy for them. I bet they can't believe how easy it is to hoodwink entire nations full of people. Amazing. You lost, get over it. Which part have I lost, Tim? What should I get over? I'm telling you that the people who hide their money in tax-free locations like Monaco, who patriotically leave the country rather than pay what a reasonable person in the street might call their fair share in tax. And you're defending that. But why? I can understand a billionaire would defend it. I get that completely. They don't want to pay tax. Of course they don't. But why does a poor person defend it? Other than we've been trained to to doff our caps and genuflect before those who are wealthier than we are. It's mystifying, like it genuinely is. Bob emails, breaking news, there's a virus out there that kills less than the common cold. Shut down the economy and give everyone mental health issues and deprive the ill NHS treatment. That should sort it. Hey, how's that contact tracing app going?
Fabulous.
Can you even say it yet?
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Forget it, Boris. It'll be working by the time you'll be able to pronounce it. It's world beating. Not yet. There's maybe some countries in the third world beating. Other than that, we're still working on it. Who could have predicted that the government would release a vastly complicated and incredibly expensive computer program and it wouldn't work? Other than anybody who has ever heard the government say or do anything. Of course it doesn't blooming well work. You weren't expecting it to work, were you? Jacqueline tweets, when you make your money off the backs of others, you should pay your taxes. Tax avoidance is why this country is in such a mess.
Correct.
Finally, the voice of reason. Correctamundo, Jacqueline. If we could repatriate all that money that has been spirited away to empty buildings. I mean, you've seen them on the telly, programs like Panorama and that. And they'll go to an empty building that is apparently home to 10,000 companies. But there's no one in there. And it'll be on some godforsaken hellhole in the burning hot sun, and everybody on that island will be dirt poor, despite the fact that that island will be, just by dint of the money that's sequestered there, will be one of the richest places on earth. But nobody there can afford a bean, because you can't get to that money, because it's in an empty building that doesn't have any workers in it, doesn't have any computers in it, it's just empty. And that's where they keep their money, on computer screens, in tax havens, where it's not doing anybody any good. I mean, how many billions do you need? After the first, say, £10 billion, is it really so important to you that you keep all of it to yourself and make absolutely sure that you don't pay any tax and nobody gets any of it? £10 billion. How would you even begin to spend that much? Jeff Bezos, out of Amazon, he's got so much money that he's got the world's most expensive hobby, leaving the planet. Let's have a call in London Colney. Hello, Mandy.
Hello, Nick.
Mandy.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I've got a bonkers idea, but will you let me say it?
Now, do you mean bonkers? Or
No.
just nuts?
Nuts, yeah.
Right.
We're gonna
Okay,
get rid of this virus.
grip onto something first, something firm, everybody, because here comes...
A big sack of monkey nuts.
Go ahead.
It's horrible, but it could work out brilliantly.
What?
You want to get rid of this virus, don't we?
That would be great.
Right, I've got it. It's going to be painful, but it's going to be worth it.
Right, I like pain. Go ahead.
I don't, but I like binge watching television, so it's fine.
Yeah.
3 weeks of complete lockdown, but proper lockdown. Closed airports, closed stations, closed public transport, everything closed.
Right.
Because then nobody can go out. Then they're not passing it around, and it takes anything between 2 and 14 days to manifest itself.
Yeah.
So then it will be gone in 3 weeks.
Not really.
Why? I'm going to have a row. Why? Why?
So aggressive.
I'm Because I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, it's a stupid idea, if
Why?
you don't mind me saying so. Well, first of all, nobody wants to be locked in their home for 3 weeks. How are you going to
rid of this?
How are you going to get? How are you going to get food?
Well, I think they could do it in November, and everyone could get their panic buying done in October, and then, boom, 3 weeks at home. It's cold. You don't want to go out anyway. Be raining, be cold and windy, and you can stay at home. And you can do your show from home, or you can try to. It would be great. We wouldn't have it. Okay, once the airport's open,
It
they
would
have to do it properly. They
still
have to-
be there when we come out. This is the
Why?
problem with doing a lockdown, is it doesn't go anywhere. It'll still be there when we come out.
But will it? But
Yes.
no one will be passing it, will they? It's not airborne, as far as I know.
Yeah, but it doesn't leave your person after 2 weeks. The symptoms become visible after up to 2 weeks.
Yeah, so 3 weeks should clear it, no?
Well, no, it doesn't go from your system in 3 weeks. You're still spreading it about. I mean, if you lip lock a stranger after 3 weeks, you'll still be passing it on. Ew.
If you live alone, don't you? I live alone. I'm not passing it to anyone. It's people with families.
But when you come out again, it'll start spreading about a bit.
Do you think so?
Of course.
Well, do 4 weeks then. I'll raise you a week, 4 weeks.
Right. Okay, I'll tell you what. You do it first and tell me how it works out for you.
Well, I can't. If
How's that
nobody else
sound?
is going to do it.
Right. But if you're locked in at home, you won't know that anybody else isn't doing it.
Well, I can see traffic outside my window, but I don't want to see cars. I want to see nobody for a month, if you like. I will settle for a month if this virus goes and we can get back some kind of life.
We could get back some kind of life by just admitting that we're going to have to live with it, that it ain't going nowhere. It'll always probably be here, just like the flu. Let's just
Yeah,
try and live...
I've had a flu injection, so I'm fine with that. So,
No,
hey.
you're not, Mandy. The flu injection is not 100%... it does not have 100% efficacy. Some years, it's only like 20%.
Well, I've
Did
never
you
got
know
flu.
that?
Well, I've had flu injections for years, but I've
Yeah.
never had a flu, thank God. I get
Well,
colds.
the one may not be the causation of the other. You might just have avoided the flu. I mean, some
Really?
year it's never 100%. It doesn't give you 100% effectiveness against
No,
catching
but-
the flu.
That's wrong.
On average, over the last 10 years, it's been about 43%, something
Yeah,
like
I know.
that.
It's better than getting the flu. But, I mean, as
You're not
you've
even
been
you're not
speaking-
you're not even listening to me, are you? 43%
why,
effective against the flu.
People are
43%, less than 1 in 2 chance.
People are talking to me on Twitter about this as I'm talking
Oh
to
my
you.
God, Twitter!
They're saying,
Get
good
off.
idea. I said a month.
Right. Well, if it's on Twitter, then it must be true. You should have said that right at the beginning. Twitter, she says. Get off social media, Mandy. It's frying your brain. Plus, it's a complete waste of time. There is that. Don't encourage them. Don't encourage them. That was just a small cough. I don't have the lurgy. Believe me. You believe me, don't you?
No.
0345 6060 973. Don't encourage any more lockdowns. We don't need any more lockdowns. That just seems like we tried that once. The result is the biggest recession in history, and we're going to do it again. We're going to keep doing it again. It's absolutely insane what we're doing. Meanwhile, in Sweden, 0345 6060 973. Icky tweets, we've lost. Today, Johnson put Paul Dacre forward for head of Ofcom and Charles Moore for chairman of the BBC.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because that's what we need. Thank goodness that there won't be any more liberal left-wing domination of the media. Because that is one thing that is absolutely ruinous to this country. It's the liberal left wing that dominate the media. You know, apart from the Express and the Sunday Express and the Sun and the Sun on Sunday and the Times and the Sunday Times and the Telegraph and the Sunday Telegraph and the Spectator and Sky News and Fox News and, every other publication that you can possibly think of that is run by right-wing offshore tax-avoiding billionaires. And what's left? The little old Guardian. The Guardian. And people rail about, well, liberal left-wing domination of the media. What are you talking about? You people are nuts. You once heard something you didn't agree with, and you've been whining about it ever since.
Stop whining.
And those are the very same people who have the nerve to yell about snowflakes. The same people who toss their dummy out of the pram when they hear something that is not extreme right-wing. Snowflakes, they say. Right. Sue texts, "Dear Nick, I voted Brexit. Yes, I'm stupid. I can't get over it." Maybe Prince Whatsit can put that tooth on eBay, get some money for the royal family. They're hard up, have you heard? Yeah, I think their income was only about £100 million this year. How will they get by? I feel very sorry for them. Peter in Guildford says, sadly, these billionaires will always get taking the mickey out of the public. Does that make sense? Sadly, these billionaires will always get taking the mickey out of the public because the poor seem to love them more and more and vote Tory over and over again to help the rich get richer, whilst those working-class ex-Labour voters get more austerity and food banks. We've had 10 years of austerity and they voted Tory to get more of it. But this time there could be 20 more years of austerity. So the poor will vote again for Boris, no doubt, and love him because they think he's funny. It's mad beyond belief. Yeah. There was a little problem at the start of that message, Peter, but other than that, completely correct in every respect. Yeah, we just have had 10 years of austerity, and the ruination of what used to be the National Health Service, and the poor and the dispossessed voted Conservative for 10 more years of it. And, by the way, after 10 years of austerity and the misery that that caused, we owed, as a country, twice as much as we did at the beginning of those 10 years of austerity, which were levelled upon us in order, so the story went, to balance the books. To balance the books, and we ended up twice as indebted as we were to begin with.
Oh, fabulous.
What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Here's a call in Cheam in Surrey. Hello, Sue.
How are you?
Great, thanks.
Good. You listed a whole load of things that are wrong with the country about the nurses, not having enough nurses, and a whole list. But this all happened while we were in the EU. And so much more has been done.
That's a coincidence, Sue. It also happened. It also happened when we were all wearing shoes. So there's that.
Do what, darling?
Just
the phone cut out.
Phone cut out. Yeah, right.
No, I didn't hear what you say. Say it again.
What's it got to do with the EU?
Because we've Brexited, haven't we? We're Brexiting.
No, answer the question. What's it got to do with the EU? Austerity.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about austerity. I was talking about the fact that so many things have been happening to us while we've been in the EU.
No, you said that I made a list of all the things that are wrong with this country, like a police, like a nurses, like a hospital beds, the road, the potholes in the road and all that jazz. Yeah. Austerity, 10 years of austerity. What's that got to do with the EU?
Well, let me think.
Oh, yeah, OK, I'll put you on hold.
No, Nick, listen. They own our railways. People are paying massive...
Who own our railways?
And the increases...
Who own our... Listen to me.
There's a whole pile of stuff.
Be quiet. Who own our railways?
The
EU?
France, don't they?
The EU own our railway. Well, they own... they run some lines, but why is that? Do you think they took them from us?
Well, you see, the thing is, what the EU wanted to do...
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. Do you think they took...
over so many things in this country...
Sue.
What, darling?
Does your phone have an earpiece?
An earpiece? No.
Well, that's the root of the problem, I think. That's the root of your problem, Sue. You want to get one of those newfangled phones that can receive... as well as send. she's speaking to me on one of those yoghurt cups with a bit of string at the end. You can only yell in it. You can't listen while you're yelling. Got nothing to do with the EU, Sue.
No, hold on. Is that better?
Well, I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just about. It's just I held on for so long. I didn't want to have the phone to my head, so I held it a little bit away and used the amplifier thing.
Yeah, I can understand that, because when you are on hold a long time, you do find that you, unbeknownst, subconsciously, you start pressing the phone into the side of your head, and then your ear goes red. Yeah, I get that.
Yes, you're right. But thank you for that anyway.
And you know whose fault that is?
The EU.
The EU, yeah.
Stop it. But Nick, I voted so we could get rid of these Herberts that are in at the moment, but I know it all went horribly wrong.
Which Herberts are you talking about?
The Tories.
Right, but we didn't vote to get rid of the Herberts, we voted for the Herberts.
No, well, I didn't, but the people up north voted.
They voted for Boris Herbert.
They did, that they lent him their vote, and I bet they wish they could get it back now.
No, they won't admit anything of the sort, because that would mean loss of face. They are in it, they're all in.
Well, all I can say is, with all these billionaires leaving the country, it's obviously Jeremy Corbyn's fault, because he threatened everybody with huge tax rises.
That's right. If only we hadn't suffered through the last 10 years of a Labour government under the premiership of Jeremy Corbyn, then we'd really be getting somewhere as a country, wouldn't we?
We would.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeremy Corbyn. You see what we've done?
It's all your fault. Yeah. Anyway, having confused me and miscombobulated me,
yes.
I was perfectly clear on what I wanted to say.
Right. Oh, I see. It's my fault.
It's your... Well, you and the EU.
Yes. OK, well, that's told me. Thanks a lot, Sue. Cheers, my dear. No, I've got no idea either. Peter in Guildford says... Oh, no, I've read that. I'm way ahead of schedule. Mary in Oxford says... With the global economy currently waist-deep in excrement... Oh, really? It would be a good time to simplify the tax system and close the loopholes which benefit large multinationals and organised crime. Could you please ask Boris to expedite this? Why not? Yeah, I'll get on the phone and ask him to do that straight away. You're going to have to refuse money from organised crime.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to do that?
No.
Of course not. He'd be refusing money from Russia first. No indication that that's going to happen anytime soon. Here's a call in Beverley. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Back to Brexit, I'm afraid. I was thinking that we've got to give the Brexiters a little bit of credit, because they said that they were going to take back control.
Yeah.
And previously, you had thousands of lorries going down to Dover, getting on the ferry, going over to Calais, no controls. Whereas Michael Gove said this week that we're now taking control, we're putting a board around Kent, and any wagon that doesn't have the correct paperwork will be identified by cameras, receive a £300 fine if they haven't got the right paperwork, or the ones that have nearly got the right paperwork will be impounded on Farage's garages in Kent until they get the last bit. Yeah. So they are putting control in. Because before, all these lorries just went across the channel, no problem.
Willy-nilly, exactly. That's a very good point. Yeah, we're going to have maximum control. You're not even going to be allowed into Kent. And Kent will become a park for stationary lorries. We are literally paying paradise and putting up a parking lot.
Rock and roll!
Get Joni Mitchell on the phone.
And the other bit of control, of course, in January is they exerted control by putting a border in the Irish Sea. And then when they realised in August that was a disaster, they took control again and decided to break international treaties. They've got ultimate control, this lot. I mean, it's what they said they wanted, and now they've got it.
Well, I feel better already. I feel the sun on my face from those uplands I must be sitting on.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, good work. Keep your eyes peeled. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. So here comes that latest poll. Labour secures a 3-point lead over the Tories. 3 points. Is that it? Labour has a 3-point lead over the Conservatives, according to a new poll, putting Sir Keir over Boris Johnson for the very first time. A survey by Opinium for the Observer newspaper put Labour on 42% with the Tories on 39%. And I would ask the 39% who expressed a preference to vote again for the Conservative Party, what is it that leads you to them? Is it the excellent way in which they've been dealing with this virus? Is it their guardianship of the economy that draws you to them? What is it, precisely? It's the first time that Labour has been ahead of the government since early July 2019, when Theresa May's time in office was coming to an end. You remember Theresa May, don't you? Bill! Yes, that's her. Kick off your comedy clown shoes, Mrs M. Put your feet up. You deserve it. It's the latest poll to suggest unease among voters at Mr Johnson's handling of the coronavirus crisis. Oh, he's handling it, is he? I thought he was doing whatever Donald Trump did. Whatever the issue at heart, just think, what would Donald Trump do? Do we have a strategy?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. That sounds about right. There or thereabouts. What's the plan, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that sounds right. In the early stages of the pandemic, 65% of voters who expressed a preference backed the government's handling of COVID-19. Well, it was early days. In the early stages of the pandemic, when we had nothing to go on, 65% of voters backed the government's handling of COVID-19. And I suspect that was in a moment of panic. Because you want to invest the people that are leading us through a minefield with some sort of expertise. Otherwise, what the hell are we following them for? But if you've got nothing to base it on, if they haven't actually stepped on a landmine yet, then you think, well, if we invest them with some greater knowledge, if we put our faith in them, then they'll lead us through this safely. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
So 65% of voters backed the government's handling of COVID-19 when we had just been introduced to it. Now that's down to 30%. Wow. 65% at the beginning of this mess, 30% approved now. And it just boggles my mind what the 30% are approving of. Of what are you approving, you 30% of people? Or are you just the type that digs your heels in and insists that your initial decision was right, regardless of any new evidence that comes your way? Yeah, I expect it's the latter, isn't it? I'm expecting that it's the latter. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Mike tweets, what planet is Sue on? I love it when listeners start picking fights with each other. What planet is she on, says Mike. The EU own our railways. Did she sleep through privatisation in the last 20 years? Wouldn't that be marvellous, to have slept through the last 20 years? Is this real life, or am I hallucinating? Any moment now I'll wake up, just you watch. Thomas in Dunfermline says, why did we clap for the NHS when they have turned their backs on the ill? I thought it's a service that we pay for. Not exactly value for money, eh? Well, I don't think they're turning their backs exactly. It's just that the government, rather than saving the NHS, turned the NHS off. No, that's a computer, Boris. If it fails to work, you turn it off and on again. Maybe we should try that with you. Has anybody tried it with him? It's just a thought.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Rude. Tower Bridge. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, how you doing? Nice to
Good,
speak
thanks.
to you.
And you?
I see everybody's behaving themselves tonight. Everybody's got their masks on and everybody's heading home.
Are they?
Well, it seems to be. It seems that all the taxis are all queuing up for everybody's service, and it's nice to see people actually, behaving themselves.
Shouldn't they be in bed already? I mean, it's 10 o'clock was curfew. It's 20 past 11 already.
Is it 20 past 11 now?
Yeah.
I'm in bed myself, so...
That's not true, though, is it?
What's that?
Unless you sleep in the road. I can hear the road behind you.
Well, I technically do. I'm a homeless person, so yeah.
Right.
I'm just noticing everybody's just, being good tonight. So I just wanted to phone in and just, let everybody know that.
All right, the good news. Everybody's behaving themselves, apart from the not adhering to the curfew, which I believe was 10 o'clock. So if people are just now dispersing, what have they been doing for the last hour and a half?
I don't know. I think they've all been playing tiddlywinks or...
Tiddlywinks, right. That's an interesting way of putting it.
Disgusting.
Is that what they're calling it these days? All right, thanks a lot, Stephen. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I went through Trafalgar Square. I know they had a contretemps this afternoon. A little light... I've got no idea what those people are about. The 5G Looney Tunes Brigade. But, they're chafing at being locked in, at the prospect of being locked in. They're looking at London locking in again. Because if at first what you do doesn't succeed, then keep doing the same thing over and over, because, that'll work. Of course it will. Why wouldn't it? Let's have a call in Stanmore. Adam.
Hi, Nick. How you doing? All right?
Good, thanks.
I just want to highlight really the gravity of the hospitality industry that I work in currently.
Right.
And the current COVID-19 rules.
Right. So which bit of the hospitality business do you work in?
Restaurant. It's a sort of Indian Pakistani type of restaurants, casual dining.
Right.
So what it is, obviously, the stupidity of the whole situation is that in last month we had the help out to dine out, etc. That scheme going on for the full month.
The meal deal.
The meal deal, yeah. And obviously, me working in the industry, we have never been so busy in the years that I've worked.
Really?
Never. It was madness. There was queues of an hour outside the restaurant.
To save 10 quid off food. God, that's amazing, isn't
absolutely. But because, everyone's situation is different. Someone can get 50% off a £50 meal for 25. They would do it.
You know what? You know what will save them even more money? Not eating out at all. I mean, if you really are so poor that you've got to queue for hours to get in to save 10 quid off your food, then you will save even more money by not eating out at all.
I know, but we're becoming a culture where, the knowledge of the mother is no longer sort of passed down to the next generation. The generation that we live in currently are only worried about their nails and iPhones and etc. So that knowledge, unfortunately, is not passed down. And now, obviously, this is why the restaurant business and Deliveroo and Uber, the rest of them are thriving, because that knowledge is lacking now. But my point really is that, during this Eat Out to Help Out scheme, we were acting, that everyone was behaving like COVID-19 did not exist.
Yeah.
And obviously now we can see that what's going on, 6,000 daily cases. My main point is that the reason our industry, sort of the restaurant business, survived during the first lockdown is because the government offered us the grant, the government offered us the loans through the bank. The second, now obviously we're going through sort of a pre-lockdown situation. People don't understand how much the 10 p.m. affects restaurants. For our business, for example, we close at 11:30 p.m. We are losing a full day's trade, an hour and a half every day, because we're unable to open for business. Not only that...
You mean a full day's trade every week?
Every week, sorry, that's what I mean, yeah, every week. And not only that, but what is more dangerous is that because customers know that the restaurants close at 10 o'clock, they stopped coming in for eating in at 8:30.
Yeah.
So where previously the trade was busy up to 10, 11 o'clock, the latecomers, the people from the pub, etc.
Right.
Now from 8:30 we see a huge decline because customers know if they enter the restaurant at 8:30, by the time they order 8:45, by the time the food arrives 9:15, they have 45 minutes to eat. They don't feel comfortable. They feel rushed.
Yeah.
So we're losing the trade from 8:30 p.m. and that's a huge loss. And not only that, furlough, the government was covering 80%. Now they're covering 55%. Those businesses who struggled and barely kept the staff by paying the 20%, they're not going to pay the 45%. There's going to be huge redundancies come November. Huge redundancies.
I think that we haven't really seen the consequence of what we've done yet. I keep saying this. This is the analogy I keep giving, is we're down in the underground and the bombs are falling above. We don't know. We know it's bad, but we haven't emerged out from our bunker to see quite how bad it is yet. But when we do, it's not going to be pretty.
The joke is that we were the most reluctant in Europe to impose the lockdown, and now we've become the most cautious to start reopening and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's become so ridiculous now because there's no grant offer at the moment for restaurants. There's no more loan. The only thing they're doing is they're making, Rishi Sunak is coming on and he's acting like he's the savior. Well, you're not, because the situation is a lot worse now, because this is like a double lockdown. You're offering 55% of the furlough scheme. You know there's going to be mass redundancy, and not only that, you're not offering businesses any financial incentives.
I don't really understand the whole concept behind the 10 p.m. thing. I think the reasoning is that people will drink in that hour between 10 and 11, and then they will become, more. Their inhibitions will be removed, and they'll start snogging each other.
It is absolutely stupid. It does not make sense. I promise you, I work in the industry. It does not make sense. The whole thing is supposed to be airborne. I mean, we work usually in the restaurant for 12 hours. Now, imagine putting a mask on for 12 hours in a day. You can't imagine.
When you start to complain about that, then people will refer you to hospitals when nurses and surgeons will do just exactly that and much more. They'll wear one mask and another mask and then a shield on top of that.
Absolutely.
They'll wear gowns and gloves and all of the rest of it.
Absolutely. And have these scientists studied the consequences of breathing out carbon dioxide and breathing in that same carbon dioxide in you?
Well, okay. I think you're straying off topic into an area that you might not be on firm footing of. You're not breathing in carbon dioxide if you're wearing a mask. That's got nothing to do with it. But I get your initial point that there. Yeah. No, you're not. I get your initial point about the restaurant trade. And it's not just individual restaurants, of course. It's all of the services that supply those restaurants. It's the people that supply the food, of course, and the drink, and it's the cleaners, and it's the people that wash the napkins and the tablecloths, and it's the people who wash the dishes and all the rest of it. This is an entire pyramid of businesses that are being supported by the restaurant trade. And if they close, if restaurants like yours close, Adam, for a period up to say Christmas, while all this is going on, they're not going to reopen. It's amazing that any restaurants have been able to reopen at all. And once they close, then those businesses will be shuttered for who knows how long, and they are the life and soul of local communities. And when they're gone forever. Businesses that people have been working on for decades. It's just heartbreaking, really. I mean, it is. But it's all because of this invisible menace. But it's not that. It's not because of the invisible menace. It's not because of the virus. It's because of our reaction to the virus. And I think that Boris Johnson and Dr. Evil, who are negotiating our way through this, they keep saying we're following the science, but it becomes less and less believable. What they appear to be doing is avoiding negative headlines in the Daily Mail. And so they're just careening from one panicked decision to the next in order to I don't know, to reflect some sort of competence back on themselves. How's that going? Do they seem competent?
No.
Not really, no. All right, well, I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Adam. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I did my bit. I ate out to help out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But I wouldn't have queued. I mean, if you really are so desperate to save £10 off a meal, like I said, if you don't eat the meal at all, you'll have saved way more than £10. We'll queue overnight in order to save 10 pence in this country. It's amazing, really. And they'll claim it's like the people that queue outside a department store for the sales. You know how you'll save even more money? By not going to the sales at all. You don't need any of that stuff.
Oh, hello, Nick. Yeah, we were talking about the rich and how they get away with it. But the problem is, don't we let them have too many loopholes and let them get away with it? And the fact is that it's not just Monaco. Monaco is beyond our reach because it's a country that we don't control. Let's look a bit a bit closer to home. Isle of Man, Isle of Wight, Jersey, the British Virgin Islands. These are all these things and setups that were set up by our governments.
Most of the tax havens on Earth are flying the Union Jack above their buildings. Because that's what we do for a living. We wash the dirty money of the international criminal super rich whiter than white, cleaner than clean. It's a living.
Exactly. So what can we do about it? I mean, there's no point saying to people, vote with your votes, because it doesn't change anything. Parliament after parliament, government after government, this isn't going to change unless someone does something extra about it.
There's more of them than there are of us. Eventually, the human race is going to have to realise that we're being ripped off royally by a vanishingly few number of people who don't pay their fair share. They just drain the money out of the country that could be used for the benefit of all. And what's really galling is that they got to where they are by using or being the beneficiary of people paying tax. They got treated by the NHS, and they got a business up and running in an orderly society where the rule of law is enacted and kept by the police, who are paid by taxes, and their products are sent down roads that are kept open with taxes and lit with taxes and all of the rest of it. Taxes is how people managed to make that fortune in the first place. They didn't just magic it out of thin air. They used the country that they were living in.
But surely, are we that powerless that we can't deal with this issue and sort it out?
I'll get call after call of people saying that this is the politics of envy, you lost, get over it, and all this moronic stuff that people come out with as though they've learnt it by rote. They've been persuaded that it's in their interests for the status quo to remain, and it just obviously isn't. But you just can't tell people. It's amazing.
But it's a simple thing of just changing the laws, isn't it?
Well, you have to vote for people that will do that, and when anybody like that comes along, they call it, well, it's a socialism and communism, and and they'll just throw stupid words like that at people like Jeremy Corbyn, for instance, who might do something about it, which is, of course, why the offshore billionaire press fired their cannons at him for such a long period of time. I've never seen such a campaign like it. It's because he had the notion of restricting the number of newspaper titles that those few individuals own, and doing something about the tax they avoid. And so they went berserk and pointed their cannons at him for year after year after year.
Yes, but it's a simple case of that. We can make simple implementations, like, for example, with Amazon, perhaps having an online tax.
Yeah.
That will help.
Well, we were going to do that. Asking them, pretty please with sugar on top, would you mind paying, let's say, 1% of your turnover? Because we know that you can just magic your profits away to make it appear as though you don't earn anything at all. In fact, you earn so little that we owe you money. That actually happened. Amazon in America managed to make it appear that they earned so little money that America owed them tax as a rebate. Incredible. The richest man in the world.
Yeah, and we're allowing it to happen. So this is actually shameful and embarrassing from our part, and we can't stop it.
Well, we could. We just have to vote for people who have the intention of doing just that, of helping us. But we won't. We've had that opportunity over and over again, and we just don't do it.
See, the problem I've got with that is, even if we vote in a Jeremy Corbyn type government, we still won't make it happen, because the powers of those individuals involved are more powerful than even the government. So we need to change the structure of how people lobby, the way the laws are made. Surely.
Well, the lobbying system, I keep mentioning this. Do you remember that David Cameron, many years ago, just after the MP's expenses scandal, David Cameron, almost by accident, said the lobbying system is the next scandal waiting to happen. That will be the next scandal that is uncovered, lobbying. And then he never mentioned it again. Almost as though he just blurted it out by accident, and we never heard a word about it since.
Yeah, I agree. And well, where do we go from here? That's a whole issue.
Down, deeper and down, like status quo.
Rock and roll!
All right. Thanks a lot, Manesh. 0345 6060 973. Steve emails, I wonder what Charles Dickens would make of the current state of the UK. His characters are alive and well and running the country. Seems like the rich and privileged want us to live in Victorian times up against the evil foreigners and stay happy with a diet of Love Island BGT. Love Island BGT. Oh, Britain's Got Talent. And some meal deals. God help us, says Steve. Yeah. Victorians. Who's he thinking of?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
This says, thank God that Trump is fixing the next election. Trump did say that if he loses his election, he will probably go to the Supreme Court. Britain needs Trump back in because those Democrats are never going to give Britain any sort of economic deals. Well, they will, just like any other country. But we will be behind the European Union, as anybody that's got half a brain would realise. But of course we are. There's 65 million of us, and 500 million of them. I mean, they got way more money than we do, the European Union. You'd have to be off your chump to prioritise us over them. Of course you would. But you can't tell people that because, I don't know, they start waving their flag and talking about you lost it over it. And oh, God, the stuff that's going on, it just blows my mind. It really does. Let's fly away to New Zealand, where we'll find a bloke called Mike. Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I live in Auckland, New Zealand. That's the biggest city in New Zealand. It's about 2 million people in the greater area of a population in New Zealand total of about 5 million people. But most of us live in urban areas, we're not all spread out and everything, just like in Sweden. It's a small population, but right. But I drive around and life is pretty normal here. The government is very efficient. They've got a very efficient contact tracing procedures, and there's no lockdown, there's no mandatory mask wearing, there's no restricted hours in restaurants, so life is still looks pretty normal, Nick.
Wow.
But what they have done, they have stopped absolutely all tourists and all foreigners coming into New Zealand at all, and tourism was the main part of our economy, one of the main parts of the economy, and it's totally extraordinary what's happened. And they keep going on about this vaccine, when we get the vaccine.
Yeah.
And I heard last night that there's 4 coronaviruses currently circulating. And they still don't have a vaccine for the 4 coronaviruses we do have, Nick, the 4 cold viruses. So the vaccine, is it just a pipe dream? What if there's no vaccine?
People have got to stop wishing for a vaccine to deliver us from this menace. The likelihood of it happening is less than the likelihood of it not happening. Vaccines ordinarily take 8 years to create.
Well, that's right. I mean, if they can get a vaccine for COVID so quickly, as they're saying, why in the world don't they get a vaccine for the common cold? It seems ridiculous, doesn't it, Nick?
Can you imagine how much money a company would make if they came up with a vaccine for the common cold? I mean, they would be competing with Jeff Bezos as to who can buy the biggest rocket.
That's right. So what's the New Zealand government going to do? Are they going to continue to stop any tourists coming in at all?
Now, do they stop tourists coming in, or do they have to isolate for a certain period? Can you just not arrive in New Zealand at all?
No, you can't. If you're from China, the UK, America, anywhere, you just come for a holiday. You can't. Apparently, I'll just check that. No, you can't come. You can't get in at the moment.
Right.
If you're a New Zealand resident, you can come back, and you've got to isolate for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But if you're a tourist, a foreigner, you can't get in at all.
Right. And how does New Zealand make its money other than tourism?
Oh, well, I mean, dairying, forestry, and the kind of niche manufacturing that they're very good. You know, Kiwis are very creative, and they're very good at sort of creating these ideas, you know, like for yacht building. You know, they won the America's Cup, so they're very good at yacht building and getting all these little niche things that they invent. You know, they're quite clever, but I'm just, you know, we don't know what the consequences are. It's like you're saying about the UK. You don't know what the consequences will be, Nick.
Well, we can have an idea, but it's not going to be pretty. We do know that. I love your shoe polish, by the way. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Well, I know where I'd be. I prefer riding out this storm. Pretty much anywhere else than here. Like Germany would be good. Sweden, obviously. New Zealand sounds lovely this time of year. They're just going into summer, aren't they? Probably, 30 degrees, something like that. Double it and add 32. Double 30 is 60 and add 32 is 84. 84 degrees in New Zealand right now. Can you believe that?
No.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. By the way, there was some... I ended last night's show by talking about Germany's most celebrated virologist. He's famous. And he was telling us... he was telling us how to... what we should actually be doing. Giving the government a damn good thrashing and telling us what we should be doing. And I'll come to that in just a minute.
What this guy thinks.
No!
A lot of people calling in from the Isle of Wight, very, very upset. They're calling in to complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
They're getting in touch to point out that the Isle of Wight is not a tax haven. No, the Isle of Wight's all right by me. It's the Isle of Man.
Boo!
Yeah, those people. Keith texts, Tony Benn once stated that in his opinion, the only way this country would ever adopt socialism would be if the Tories were forced to introduce it. Yeah, that's about right. The case for a UBI, Universal Basic Income, is growing steadily and will ultimately prove to be the only way to feed the needs of the rich, whose profits will plummet if we can't afford to buy their products or services. Well, that makes perfect sense to me. But you can't persuade people who would benefit from that it's a good idea. Because they'll start screaming about, the politics of envy and we don't want socialism here. If you give a handout to a billionaire, that's just good business sense. But if you give a handout to somebody who is on their uppers, that is communism, that is. I'll give up. Almost, but not quite. I'll struggle through. This text says the lockdown was late to ensure that the Cheltenham races went ahead. This was to protect Tory votes. What about the thousands who died, Boris? Says that texter. Let's have a call in St Helens. David.
Hello, Nick.
David.
Nice to speak to you.
And you.
You're in the wrong job. You should be a comedian.
Right. Thanks.
You make a fortune out of telling jokes.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't do jokes. But go on.
You're so funny though. Why are all these experts wallowing in this virus? Are they getting paid for these interviews?
Who?
All these experts coming on, professors.
Experts?
Well, it's supposed to be experts. You keep coming on giving their views.
Yeah, the thing with professors is that if you speak to one professor, you could find another professor that will say the exact opposite.
Well, they're getting paid for these interviews.
Which professors are you talking about?
On television, come on, they're giving a spiel.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Well, those bookshelves of tomes don't pay for themselves, you know. They've got to buy those books somehow.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, they're wallowing in all this bad news. We've got to live with this, haven't we?
Wallowing in it, they are.
Wallowing it.
Mm.
What about the royal family? Are you upset about the royal family? It's only short of money.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow, because I don't know if I can get into...
Well, why not have a programme about the royal family? Because I'm a Republican. We should do away with them.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
You're a Republican?
Yeah, very much so.
2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps, please.
Anyway, enjoy your show. Anyway.
Okay, I will. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I have detailed files about the royal family. They've been complaining that they ain't got no money.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah. They're down by, what is it, £30 million this year?
Stop whining.
Yeah. And they said, it's all right, we won't ask for any money from the government, but they don't have to, because the government has already said that they'll make up any shortfall. Which means you will. Mark texts, Sarah Gilbert's team at Oxford University already have a vaccine which they know works. It's the same one that works for SARS-1, just modified with a different protein spike. It's just a case of satisfying red tape and safety standards. Do your research. I will not do my research. I don't want to, and you can't make me. If they had a vaccine, we'd have it already. Russia had a vaccine. Very, very successful. Do you want to take a small vial of chemicals from Vladimir Putin?
No.
I'll assume that the answer is no. Don't make any sudden moves. Just smile and back slowly out of the door if Vlad the Insaner offers you some chemicals. Oh, there's nothing wrong. I put it in your tea, yes? Stop wishing for a vaccine. We're not going to be delivered from this like magic. Vaccines normally take 8 years to produce. 8 years. The flu vaccine comes around every year. They advise that you take it this year. I'll have mine. But you know what the average efficacy rate of the flu vaccine is over the last 10 years? 43%. Less than half. So suppose we get one of those. Suppose we get a vaccine that's less than half effective. That's not quite the right way of putting that, but is not even 50% effective against this virus. Then what? You're going to just cut 50% of the people that you know out of your life, hoping that they're the right 50%? We're just going to have to live with it, aren't we? I mean, people are saying that all over. This German virologist, he's a virologist, he's saying pretty much just that. I haven't got time to get into that now, so I'll get into it after the news. Germany is having excellent results. We, on the other hand, dismal. We have among the highest death rates and among the worst economic performance. God, it's incredible, really. I wonder why.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's almost as though you vote for a clown and you get a circus. Who could have predicted that? How's that contract tasting coming on?
Contact tracing.
Yeah, and people are surprised that it doesn't work. I am stunned that people are surprised that it doesn't work. Let's have a call in Guildford. Peter. That didn't work. I don't know why. I'll try it again. Guildford. Peter.
Hello, Nick.
Yeah, you are.
Hello. In response to your earlier talk about billionaires, I don't think they've got anything to worry about, because no matter what their government does to the British public, they'll vote them in. They're going to vote. We had 10 years of austerity due to the bankers, which meant that sick, disabled, you name it, had their benefits cut and so on. Then we had food banks and all the rest of it for 10 years, and like you said the other day, we still haven't paid off the debt, and they still voted for them.
It's not that we haven't paid off the debt, it's that the debt doubled during those 10 years of austerity. It doubled.
That's right, because they weren't producing anything to produce any wealth. And it makes me think, well, now we could have, 20 years, God knows how many years of austerity. Surely it's in the public that some people seem to love it so much, food banks, that, any normal person would say that austerity, food banks was wrong, but these voters seem to have thought, my God, this is wonderful. There's another food bank opening up the road. We'll vote for the same people again. And then when they hear about these billionaires, what always strikes me is, like you said, Nick, when you talk to people about this, they don't seem fazed by it.
They put the shutters up straight away and they start to blasting you with learned phrases like, you lost, get over it. That's just the politics of envy and all of that stuff. They're just putting their fingers in their ears and they're humming loudly to themselves, because if they think for a moment about what they've done, they'll realise that they have not acted in their own interests, which would mean loss of face. So they're absolutely not going to admit that they've done the wrong thing, ever.
Like you said, I mean, America, we are so much like America. You've got really extreme right-wingers in America, as you've got here. Yeah. And the amazing part about it is that you've got the poorest people in the land. I heard a lady when the election was going on, and she said, oh, I'm going to vote for Boris. And she said, I know he won't do anything. She was in a food bank. And she said, I know he won't do anything for me, but he does make me laugh.
Right. There it is in a nutshell. That's the problem right there.
And I think another problem is Nick, is our newspapers. They are... now, I'm not...
Are you talking about the liberal left-wing media?
What's that?
It's the Guardian, the little old Guardian. There's more people working for the Guardian than read the Guardian.
Oh, that old commie paper, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. But there's a problem with the press. For years, they've been drip brainwashing. We had a man who wanted to change things, Jeremy Corbyn, like Tony Benn in the past.
And they buried him under a mountain of ordure, the likes of which you've never seen.
Exactly.
You'd need crampons to get up that mountain.
Exactly.
Peter,
right.
I'm going to have to go, but keep angry. Always maintain that anger. Alan emails, what earthly good do the government think shutting pubs and restaurants early will do? It only punishes already struggling businesses. This from the same people who created the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. Yes, I ate out to help out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I did my bit. I'm a good boy, I am. It don't make no sense. I mean, apart from anything else, everybody's going to be chucked out all at the same time, at 10 p.m. Does that make any sense? Whereas ordinarily, a restaurant will throw people out at 9. If you went there at 7, then you leave at 9. If you go there at 8, you leave at 10. If you go there at 9, you leave at 11. You just dribble out in small amounts. But now everyone's going to get chucked out at the same time at 10 p.m. and you're going to be commingling.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it don't make no sense to me. This says, Nick, you're wrong. Oh, what? Big Pharma would prefer to keep selling us Lemsip and aspirin so they don't want a common cold vaccine. Well, I very much doubt that anybody makes any money selling aspirin, but I do take your point. However, if a company came up with a vaccine for the cold, then they would cash in straight away. Of course they would. I mean, the money you could make. I mean, they would upset other big pharma companies, right enough. But it wouldn't stop them cashing in, would it? Of course not. Terry emails, the reason for the 10 p.m. clear-out is to stop customers from moving on to other venues. Yeah, but they're all out in the street at the same time. I don't get it. Moving on to other venue. What difference does it make whether they move on to another venue? The virus is in the venue that they've just come from. What difference does it make if they go to another venue? So what? I mean, it's just an hour. Most venues close at 11. I mean, I know we're supposedly a country of 24-hour drinking, but not really. I mean, in some places, in cities, but, 99% of the country closes at 11. Most of the country's in bed by 11. It just don't make no sense to me. But then absolutely nothing these days makes any sense to me at all. Maybe it doesn't to this next caller. Let's find out. York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate. Does anything make any sense to you anymore?
No, it doesn't.
No.
And isn't it all so depressing?
Well, I don't know.
There's Brexit, the virus,
Yeah.
greedy tax dodgers.
Oh, well, there is that, yeah.
Yep.
Cheer up, it might never oh, no, that's right, it already has.
It already has, exactly. But I just thought I'd try and lighten things up a bit and ask you, did you manage to see any of Pink Floyd earlier tonight?
Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd? Where were they?
They were on Sky Arts.
Oh.
Didn't you know?
Actually, I did, just in passing, flash through the schedules, and I noticed that Us and Them was on tonight.
Yeah.
I went to, I spent big money to go and see that at the cinema, just before everything closed down.
Yeah.
Roger Waters, Us and Them.
Rock and roll!
Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
What?
No, I didn't. Because it didn't finish till 11:30. I can't listen to you at the same time.
Oh, I see, right. So you taped it to watch it later?
No, I didn't do that either.
Huh?
Didn't you tape it either?
Well, I haven't watched it yet because I'm actually doing a little show at the moment.
Well, exactly, but you have taped it, haven't you?
Of course I have.
Very good.
It is a stunner. It really is. My jaw was on the floor. No spoilers.
Right.
You don't have to be concerned, but I am telling you that it is one of the best theatrical coups I've ever seen.
Right.
A coup de théâtre.
Well, it'll probably be on again, won't it? So I'll keep my eyes open.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled. Yeah.
I will, yeah.
Have you got one of them fancy video recorders?
Well, it's not fancy, no, it's quite old.
But have you got Sky?
No. No, I'm afraid I've just got Freeview.
Oh, right. Well, you can buy it on disc. Have you got one of them fancy disc players?
I've got a video DVD.
A DVD. Well, it'll be available on DVD at a location near you soon.
I dare say it will.
Well, I'm telling you it will.
Right. Okay.
And I think Pulse was on this evening as well. It was a whole festival of Pink Floyd. Yeah, and I've seen all those shows, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing them again. Yeah.
Yeah, it started at 6:30. I mean, it's all night long, really. It's still going on, I think.
Well, as long as it's over by 10.
No, afraid not.
Well, and the government's certainly going to have to have some words with...
they'll have to do something about that, won't they? Yeah.
Word in Rupert's shell-like.
Yeah.
All right, excellent
anyway,
work, Jan.
Nick, it's very nice having you on 3 times a week.
Well, that's very nice of you to say so.
It's just a pity it's not 5 times a week. Or...
Well, let's not get carried away.
Well, it would be nice. Anyway.
I mean, I'm working 9 hours a week now, Jan. Let's calm down.
Exactly.
I can only do so much.
Don't want to wear you out.
Exactly. All right, thanks a lot, Jan. Cheers, my dear.
Then. Bye.
Ta-da. What a nice lady. John emails, why do you have such a bee in your bonnet about Jeff Bezos? Who made him so rich? We all did, i.e. everyone who ever ordered anything from Amazon. Who can stop him getting any richer? We all can, by buying from local suppliers who pay their taxes. The problem is that, from my experience anyway, other suppliers don't do it as well as Amazon. What? Rubbish. You buy something online, they stick it in the post. What's better than that? It's the same. What would be better is if we went to the high street and actually bought something in a shop that is a bricks and mortar establishment, that is not based on a moon circling Jupiter for tax reasons, that doesn't exist only as a cloud for tax reasons. Who made him so rich? Yeah, that's right, we did. Because we couldn't be bothered to, because we're all catastrophically lazy and desperate to save 10 pence. But the bad news is that we aren't saving 10 pence. by shopping with people that don't pay what a reasonable person in the street would describe as their fair share of tax, we are what's the word? We're actually encouraging the draining of money out of society. Why do you think we ain't got no money? It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that the high street is empty, that those shops have shut. It's because we ain't shopping there no more. And then people will complain that the only thing on the high street now is charity stores. Well, why do you think that is? It's because you haven't bought anything from any of them in a good long while. You sit at home and scan Amazon or other internet shops are available, but hardly anybody ever uses them. And you just scan Amazon for something you don't need, and you spend money you haven't got on it, and all that cash just goes away somewhere. It just drains out of this country and every other country that they operate in. Amazon pays all of the tax that is legally due in every jurisdiction in which they do business. They all say the same thing, like they've all got the same lawyer. But it doesn't mean to say that you would just give up. Oh, well, never mind. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is because we made it that way. Terry emails, the reason for the 10 p.m... I read that. It didn't make sense the first time I read it, and probably won't the second either. The reason for the 10 p.m. clear out is to stop customers from moving on to other venues. What difference does it make whether they move on to another venue or not? So what? Just because you go to another venue doesn't mean to say you're more likely to get the virus. The virus could have been all over where you've just been. Frank emails, anyone who believes Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance has to be a complete idiot. Idiot is on its own line. Has to be a complete, and then he was so furious that he hit enter to put the word idiot on its own line. Ronnie says, I work in a restaurant and I wear a mask for 12 hours every day, and it's not a problem at all. I don't know why people complain about wearing a mask. Well, because it's hot and it's sweaty and it's just not nice. But I'll do it. I'm a good boy, I am. I do what I'm told, and so should you. Unless that what you're being told is so obviously ridiculous that by following those orders you would just be foolish. But up until that point, here's a call in Hereford. Adam.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm still shocked at your 9 hours a week now.
Yeah, you believe it. I'm exhausted.
Wow. I know, I can imagine. Nick, I'm just calling up. I've had a long drive home and just, different things. But the one thing that's bugging me is all the people talking about the conspiracy theories and how coronavirus is not real and how 5G's this and how Bill Gates is trying to implant microchips into us. And
of course.
It's pathetic. I think people need to be, pointing the finger at China with obviously the meat market 20 miles or so from the medical centre. But another thing as well with the government, they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. I've got to be honest, I do feel a bit sorry for them. It's mad.
Why?
Like,
you feel sorry for him? Why?
I do. I mean, I feel like, people talking about Jeremy Corbyn and that. I can't imagine the mess if he and Diane Abbott was in. I mean, Diane Abbott was about as used
not
as
possibly be worse than this. Are you kidding me? We have about the worst result overall of any country in the world. How could it be worse than that?
Nick, I'm talking as an ex-serviceman, to be honest, with Jeremy Corbyn, so he would never have got my vote. But they're the Labour Party. They're in an absolute mess. I mean, obviously going off subject slightly, but I mean, this is an unprecedented event. Like, what? I know
it's not like they didn't know it was coming. Experts have been predicting this for ever and a day. The very the very group that was set up to warn the government to actually act on a virus exactly like this was disbanded by Boris Johnson. It was one of the first things he did when he came into power. It couldn't. Anybody else would have done a better job, surely.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I
mean, look at any other country. Name the country that has done worse than we have on all measures.
America?
No, America's economy has not tanked like ours has.
Oh, I mean,
you see, you're having a problem. It could not possibly. You could have got Coco the Clown to be the Prime Minister, and it wouldn't have gone this badly.
Oh, I don't know. What's your views on face masks, then, Nick?
I hate them, but I wear them if that's the rules.
Yeah.
Although, coming into winter, it did occur to me that what a face mask will actually do is keep your face nice and warm.
I mean, the only thing I'll say about the face mask is a lot of the face masks are not actually medically...
well, of course not. No, it's not to protect you. A face mask is to protect other people from you.
Yeah.
So it only works if everybody wears one.
Yeah.
Did you see that person that cleared the shelves in the co-op after she was told to walk around in like a one-way system around the co-op? She went full Hulk and started clearing the shelves of wine. Did you see that?
No, I've not seen that. But
there's look it up and thank me. No, wait a minute, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So I do want to talk about what this German virologist has said. He's Germany's most celebrated virologist. Or is it virologist? I don't know, and I'm not remotely bothered. He's a virologist. He's their most celebrated virologist. Have you heard? He's told us how to go about our business. Coming over here, telling us what to do. We should listen very, very closely. He's got a little scheme. John in Chippenham texts, Nick, the reason for the 10 o'clock curfew is because it was popular in the focus group testing, not because it was suggested by Sage. Well, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Elizabeth in Cambridge says, I believe that closing the pubs earlier will ease the pressure off the police and the NHS emergency admissions. It might be worth looking at the statistics after it goes back to normal closing times. I don't really see why that would be the case, that closing the pubs earlier will ease the pressure off NHS emergency admissions. Why? Because the virus won't infect you if you stop drinking at 10? That makes no sense. Nothing makes any sense to me anymore. It's... well... I mean... It's either designed to confuse, or it's designed so badly that it does confuse. Which do you think?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Hard to pick, really. This says, the trouble with Amazon is that it's too easy. I bought something off a different website once, and the item almost set my house on fire. Yeah, the problem with spending your money with an organisation that organises its taxes in, let's say, an efficient way, is that the money that used to flow virtuously around our economy to pay for things that we all need, like nurses and hospitals and the police and the firemen that will come and put your house out, for instance, and care for the elderly and all that stuff that we really rely on, that used to flow from spending your money in the butchers who would pay his or her sexist tax. And so would the baker and the fishmonger and the ironmonger and every other monger that had been invented. And they would pay their taxes because they had to. They couldn't employ a building full of accountants to find some way through the regulations to avoid paying their tax. They just paid it. And that would pay for all that stuff that we need and that we want and that we've missed because it's been gone. But you spend your money with an organisation that has an efficient tax structure, and the money just disappears. No wonder we ain't got no money no more. That's why austerity happened, and it's going to happen again. It'll be happening for the rest of our lives because we keep spending money with companies that organise their taxes in an efficient manner, which is, I mean, it's actually the opposite of efficient. It's not efficient at all. Because if you're based in the Cayman Islands and you send your profits to Ireland and then you lend the money that you made in profits from Ireland to a company in Holland that will lend it to a company on the Isle of Man who will pay interest on the loan that the original company got. And I've got no idea how it all works, but it's just a labyrinthine mess that only a genius could be able to negotiate their way through. So it's not actually efficient, but it ends up with them magically earning no money at all. No tax due. But the money has been spent and it's just gone. And you can't spend money if you haven't got it. And that's why we have fewer nurses than we used to, and fewer police persons than we used to, and the street lights get shut off at night because the council can't afford the bills, and so on and so on and so on. It's all connected, of course it is. And it's because of the decisions we make. But we don't add that kind of thing up. We just we keep acting in ways that are not in our interests. Shop local, shop small. Support your local store. Otherwise, that store's not going to be there anymore. And then what will you do? Moan and moan and moan.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Let's have a call in Sevenoaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. Do you think the Conservative and Unionist Party can survive a hard border on Britain, such as might arise if Scotland is in the EU and the rest of the island isn't?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Well, it's possible that where they're heading will finish up in that position.
I would expect that the good people of Scotland have had enough of the people south of the border.
I think that
they want to exit this union toot sweet.
I think that may well depend on whether the rest of the island is in the EU or not. Because
well, we're not.
It is in the EU.
We're not in the EU.
Not at the moment, no.
Oh, God, we're not going to be in the EU. It's over.
Well,
the dark money won. Whoever spent all that money persuading us that it was in our interest to leave the European Union, they won. Whoever they are. We still don't know who they are. But
well, the majority of people who want to be in the EU. So they didn't win in that sense. The point is that the Conservative Party they might try to put off an independence referendum in Scotland.
They will. Boris has already refused to countenance. He's refused to countenance such a thing. But you can't you can't keep an entire country down. If they want to go, then they should be allowed to go.
Well, the point is that the Conservatives can't assume they'll always be the government. They'll always have a majority, and if they just try and block it, if they're successful, they'll simply block it until they no longer are in charge, and they won't be able to influence things. Whereas they might do a deal along the lines of, instead of just having a straightforward in-out referendum for Scotland, you could make it. You could make people say what they wanted to do on the condition of whether the rest of the island was in the EU or not.
Yeah, but the rest of the island isn't in the EU.
That's true, but it will then be over 5 years after the last.
Of course, they should be allowed to vote again because the circumstances have changed completely, utterly, and totally. Of course, they should be allowed to vote again. I mean, if we get to vote to leave a rainbow coalition of interested parties, then it seems a bit weird to deny Scotland the very same opportunity to leave our rainbow coalition of interested parties. I mean, how can you support one and not the other?
Exactly, but the point is that by then we have left the EU, and therefore the referendum result has been implemented.
Yeah.
Which means that there's no democratic reason why we can't vote on the matter again. After all, it'll be over 5 years since the last vote.
You've got to be kidding me. We're going to vote again to get back into the European Union. If I was in the European Union, I wouldn't want us back in. God, the trouble we've caused. Why would they want us back in?
Actually, that's not what they said. When I checked
Who's
up
they?
with Europe House in London, their office in London, you can ring them up and ask them questions.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
Well, I did. And the answer I got was that the negotiators have been told that should, at any stage, the UK decide just to forget the whole thing and go back, they should be allowed to return on the original terms.
Yeah, but aren't they talking about before we leave?
No, they're not even talking about before the end of the transition period. At any point during the negotiations, which will obviously go on beyond the end of the
but what's the point of even talking about this? What is the point of talking about this? It's not going to happen.
Well, why wouldn't it happen? This would be a way of the Conservative Party getting out of the problem of splitting itself in the same way as Cameron did. And
because I don't think it's about the Conservative Party. It's about a vanishingly few number of spectacularly rich individuals who play countries against each other for their own personal benefit. I mean, the amount of money that was spent on persuading the good people of this country to leave the European Union is still not counted for. We've got no idea where that money came from, but mostly we do know that it came from people who don't live here and don't pay tax here. American billionaires and shady Russian individuals. That's where it mostly came from, and people who bet against the pound for their own enrichment.
But nevertheless, 53% voted for parties that would have held another referendum.
Doesn't make any difference. All you've got to do is have one party that will get about a third of the vote, and as long as other parties will split the opposition, you'll win.
But even now, with the Conservative Party considering their position, if this were to split the Conservative Party, then people with a nice safe seat, like my MP, for example, would no longer have a safe seat.
Right. Well, they got another, 4 years to do anything they bloomin' well like, and then in 4 years they'll start screaming about the dangers of socialism, and they'll get another 5 years. Betcha.
Maybe not.
Betcha. People will vote for that funny bloke off the telly. Oh, he's so nice and cuddly. I like him. Makes me laugh. It's painful. Yeah, I've got to go, Mark. Just give up. Just give it up. It's done. We're out.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I wanted to call in because I consider myself to be fairly young. What
does that mean? How young? How young is fairly young?
Well, 23. I think.
23 years old. Yes.
So what I'm calling in is the growing number of, people in my life and people in my parents' life that is considering to be the coronavirus that is not as severe as it needs to be.
As it needs to be?
Well, what I mean by that is, say for example, my parents have suddenly changed their minds in the last, I'd say, 4-5 weeks. That is, the coronavirus restrictions need to stop and everyone just needs to get on with it.
Right.
And I strongly disagree with that in the fact that, I'm from a smaller town in Farnham, Surrey, where cases might not have been as high as they can be, as high as they hopefully should be, and they starting to think that it's not really a thing. And
you don't mean as high as they should be. You mean as high as they might be.
High as they might be, yeah, exactly. Right. So
that's part of the nature of being a human being. If we haven't been affected so far, then we think we will never be affected. If we haven't died yet, then we think that dying is something that happens to other people.
Exactly that. And unfortunately, I'm hearing more and more from people of my age and also my parents' age and things like that, where they think that because it's not affected them, then it's not an issue. Yeah. And unfortunately, I see the case of, these university freshers events and as unfortunate it is, because, people go to university to have that lifestyle and those sorts of things. They, want that party lifestyle in the freshers weeks that they have. And you see these events where they have these raves and all of these sorts of things going on. I know that's not everyone at university.
Going to do the disco dancing. Yes.
Exactly that. And as much as it would be nice to have those sorts of things, we're in a climate where that's not a thing. And
it is in some places, not here. I mean, it's not worldwide that everybody's doing the same thing. We seem to be making one catastrophic error after the next. But they've just locked kids in is it Manchester University? They've got to stay in there. They can't even go out. It's like under house arrest for 2 weeks. They've only just arrived, and no one's allowed to leave.
Well, I've got friends in Exeter University where they've got a road in the city centre where it's all student housing, and one person has tested positive, but because they all interlink with each other, the whole road has become isolated, and it's frustrating because I don't want to have the view of people looking down on younger people, but when it's a case of when people are starting to get almost bored with it, it's frustrating to be a part of the fact where you can kind of go out and go to a pub and people will think, well, they're not really caring as much. And likewise with the fact that if you go to university, people will have that down view now, and
this is getting ridiculous. At what point do we admit that we're just going to have to live with it, like we live with the flu, like we accept cigarettes in our lives? Cigarettes kill 70,000 people in this country every year. 70,000. Are they banned? No, they're not. You can buy them where you buy comics, for crying out loud.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those cases. I'd like to be able to be on a part where I can stand in the middle and say, if there's people that want to get on with their lives, then go and do it. But the government shouldn't have to pay for you to take 2 weeks off work and have a mortgage break if you can't afford to then pay your bills because you've had to isolate.
Well, the government should have to cover those bills if the government is insisting that you don't go out.
Well, yeah, I agree. But then people, especially my age, and unfortunately I never went to university, so I might not have experienced that, but people my age then say, well, it's different because they want to go out and experience those sorts of things, and and especially in this time of the year.
Well, that's what the university's all about. Nobody goes to university to learn anything. You go for, exactly as you said, intermingling.
Disgusting.
Yeah. They want to intermingle with each other and do hot social things with each other.
Yeah, it's just frustrating to be part in the middle of it where there's lots of lockdowns going on in, say, hot university city centres like Cardiff, those sorts of places, and it's quite annoying to be in the middle of it where you get caught up in that, and people then take a view on it where you think they're not looking down on you, but they take that association where they think you're a young person that likes to go out and they see their friends after the pubs close and those sorts of things. Then for me, it's not the case. I went to the pub this evening and it closed at 10. Oh my God!
We're going to be a picture. There's going to be a picture of you in the Daily Mail online under the headline "COVIDiot." I know it.
I cannot wait.
All right. Well, keep your nose clean, Dylan, and just promise not to do it again. Thanks a lot, mate. At some point, we're going to have to admit that we're just going to have to live with this thing, just like everything else that we live with. I mean, cars aren't banned. The thousands of people that die from car crashes every year. Cakes aren't banned. You're not banned from overeating. How many deaths does that cause? You just live with it. I mean, if there is no vaccine, and there's no reason to expect one, I mean, I know that people have they've already baked it in to their lives, that a vaccine is coming along, like the cavalry, just coming over the rise there. There is no cavalry. They're not coming. We may never have a vaccine. Even if we do get a vaccine, it might not work very well. Like the flu vaccine doesn't work very well. It's not very effective, but we take it anyway. Well, a lot of people don't take it. The flu kills about 20,000 people a year. And what do we do about it? Almost nothing at all. We act like it doesn't exist. Some people take a vaccine. Some people can't be bothered. Some people put it in their diaries. Some people just forget about it. Some people think, well, it'll cost £10, £15? Nah, forget it. 20,000 people, there or thereabouts, die every year from the flu. And we just live with it. What's the difference? What is the difference? Whatever we're doing now is the wrong way to go. We know that because we've already had the worst result of any country in the world on all measures. Deaths and economic catastrophe. I don't think there's any country that's done worse than we have. Name it, if such a place exists. So the reviews are in. We fail. So why keep doing the same thing that failed in the first place? Keith tweets, I love my cigarettes. If they kill me, they do. Something is going to. I'm so glad I never got hooked on cigarettes. I mean, I just don't get it as a drug. It's got to be the stupidest drug that's ever been invented. The only pleasure you get from smoking cigarettes is relieving the pain of not smoking cigarettes. What kind of a drug is that? You people are nuts. Tom says, Nick, China and Russia are gearing up for war with shiny new stealth missiles. Well, we're still talking about Brexit. We'll be talking Mandarin within months. Yeah, well, if it's China versus Russia, my money's on China. China. If it's China versus America, my money's on China. In fact, America's money is on China. The Pentagon did some war games, didn't they, about America fighting China. If it all went, boobs up. And I think in every scenario, China won. I wonder why they think that.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Yeah, it might have something to do with that. It might have something to do with this.
How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen?
Yeah. That might have something to do with it. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Exactly. Phil in Bournemouth says, why can't we English have a referendum to see if we want Scotland? They are all in England anyway, and Nicola Sturgeon is possibly the most annoying person I have ever seen. See how they like it not being wanted to belong to us. Well, you make a good point there, Phil. Except for, the bit about not making a very good point. Marjorie emails, the 10 p.m. pub closing time is not unique to England. Madrid has the same. Maybe other world cities are doing it too. Maybe there's a secret Facebook group where world leaders brainstorm so-called ideas. Well, I have a recording of Boris Johnson experiencing a brainstorm.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's what it sounds like to me. 0345 6060 973. Here is Croydon. Hello, Rob.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there, and a lot of other things you've said. I mean, come on, how long is this going on for? It's an absolute mess, and no one knows what they're doing. And face masks, what's face masks? Come on. Unbelievable. Absolute most pointless exercise I've ever witnessed.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, if we're going to do anything that seems like the least annoying of all possibilities, if we can just carry on with our lives and wear a face mask in some circumstances, I'm okay-ish with that, as long as it's not for the rest of our lives.
No, absolutely. But come on, it's a piece of cloth. They're not even proven to do what we're expecting them to do.
But it depends what you're expecting them to do, Rob. They're not there to protect you from other people. They're there to protect other people from you.
Well, essentially, yes, we're all meant to be protecting each other. It all works as one.
Right.
If one person's not prepared to do it, it's not going to work.
Right.
So,
same with the vaccine. If a large number of people, and the survey says a large number of people won't, if a large number of people don't take a vaccine, if one becomes available, then it won't work.
Absolutely. But, face masks, they've got to be, is a 99 pence piece of cloth really going to save us?
No, it's not going to save you, but it'll give you more protection, even if it's a tiny bit more protection than wearing nothing at all. I mean, you could cross the road successfully most of the time without looking left and right. But you do it because it's a precaution, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But my point is the actual material that they state that they're not even clinically proven or
no, I know all this. It's not 100%.
Fashion accessories.
Yes, precisely. It's not 100% effective, but it might stop, a stray globule going up somebody's nose.
Well, it's the same as, we've got people walking around in their nan's best piece of knitting and cut-offs from their boxer shorts, for Christ's sake.
Oh, please.
Come off it.
That's awful.
And then the best part is they tell us to, help out to eat out or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And we do that. We spread the virus, apparently, and it goes off again, and now it's like, your fault, let's go back into a lockdown in these certain areas.
Yes, if only you hadn't paid attention to the government, then we'd really be getting somewhere.
Well, absolutely, but, like I said, when's this going to end? You've got people's livelihoods being destroyed, their businesses being destroyed, they're giving people loans. Why are they paying that money back? They didn't ask for a loan, they didn't ask to be destroyed.
Yes, you're right. When will it all end? There doesn't seem to be any plan. They're just careening around like a ball off the flippers, like a pinball off the flippers. There doesn't seem to be any plan. There's no strategy. It's just trying to maintain positive headlines desperately. How's that going, by the way?
Because no one knows where
Terrible.
we're going.
Yeah,
And
no. Do you know where you're going to? Everybody sing. No, we haven't got no clue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the whole point of, trying to get everything back to normal and let's follow the science. What is the science? Tell us what the science is. Let's look at facts. Why don't we look at the facts?
Well, you can't handle the facts.
Well,
it's the
in
truth,
what sense?
isn't it? It's the truth that you can't handle. Yeah, I forgot about that. I screwed that one up. Oh, well, never mind. Better luck next time. Thanks a lot, Rob. Got to go. Calm down. It might never oh, no. That's right. It already has. That is a good question, though. I mean, how long is this going to last, do you reckon? I mean, if we're still here, there's no virus or there's no there's no virus of great efficacy in, let's say, 5 years. Are we still going to be doing this? Locking down towns, locking students away for intermingling with each other? How about 10 years? Is it still going to be okay in 10 years? Everybody's wearing a mask and theatres are closed and restaurants are closed and bars are closed and you can't go to a club or do this, that and the other. And you have to take your bubble with you. How about 15 years? Would that be too long? Just tell me. Give me a date beyond which this experiment ends. I'm curious. Marjorie emails I read that. Randall says, Nick, if we live as normal with this virus, we could easily lose 1 million a year. And another 1 million to long COVID. What's long COVID? How can we do that? Says Randall. The death numbers you're referencing come from the post-lockdown period. I don't know what you're talking about. But I do agree the government is rubbish, he says. Well, at least we agree there.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
He thinks you're right too, Randall. 0345 6060 973. Putney. Poshest Putney. Karen.
Hello, Nick.
Karen.
I'd just like to make a comment on two things that you've said.
Couple of three things.
I think it's possible that COVID-19 will actually disappear by next summer.
Why?
Well, the reason is really because if you look back at the Spanish flu, which was in 1918, it came in 3 waves. Mm-hmm. There was a small wave which started in May, which is very similar to what's happened to us. Mm-hmm. And then there was a time when everybody partied over summer.
Having a party.
That's right. And then there was a bigger wave. In winter, which nobody believed would come. And then the following
just a blip, little blip.
Yeah, it was just a small wave, and then it just filtered out and disappeared.
Yeah.
And it didn't actually stay. So it might be that a vaccine, if it comes maybe next year at the end of the year, we won't actually need it. And there's also not a certainty. People are talking about a vaccine as if it's certain that we will have a vaccine.
They're pinning their hopes on it.
Yeah, they're pinning their hopes. And the problem is that, normally developing a vaccine, you know, takes a very long time.
8 years on average.
Yes, I'd say that. But it is a whole world working on it at the moment, so
No, it
it
doesn't
should
make
be a
any
little
difference.
bit quicker.
No, it doesn't make any difference.
But we might not have an effective vaccine.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be thinking in that way. I think we should be thinking about what tools do we have now that we can use. And you've mentioned some of them.
Yeah, I think we should be following what other countries have done who have done a better job of it than ours, instead of continuing to follow our own tails.
Well, I think that really that like normal human beings, leaders and individuals are both panicking a bit.
Freaking a bit?
Yeah, which is understandable.
Freaking out they are.
Well, they are, but it's understandable. We've never experienced anything like this in our lifetimes.
Yeah, but it's not like it came out of nowhere. We've known that this is on the way for ages. I mean, we had SARS and MERS for a start, so that was warning bells ringing right there. And like I mentioned last night, pretty much every year, every week, for the last couple of decades at the Cineplex, there's been at least one film that has laid out this exact scenario.
Well, it is. It's like a blockbuster film.
Yeah.
But one doesn't expect to find oneself inside
one.
it.
I know. You want to read about one or watch it on video. I don't want to live through it. Thanks very much.
So that's a problem. I've got another comment on something to do with smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And I've just got an idea that basically, I don't know how much our country spends on smoking, people in it, but probably quite a lot. I think you mentioned some figure. I can't remember. And perhaps the people who smoke, I know this will be an unpopular thing to say, could be asked to give up for 3 months. Because smoking makes them more vulnerable to COVID.
But is that true, though? Where's the evidence to suggest that is true?
Well, you know that smoking is dangerous.
In other words, you just made it up?
No, it's really that you know that.
Well, you don't. I mean, smoking may actually give you some sort of protection. Everybody should start smoking cigarettes right now. I mean it. It's the official position of LBC.
Nick, can I just finish what I wanted to say?
Yeah.
It's really that if that money was people who were smoking were encouraged not to smoke just for 3 months.
Yeah.
Then if it was true, even if it's a chance that maybe because you can get breathing difficulties with smoking, so it makes sense that you have breathing difficulties.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily make sense. The one might not follow the other.
Even if it didn't, it's worth a try. Anything's worth a try. Then if they gave it up, and if they put that money towards buying PPE for health workers, then we wouldn't run out of it.
Oh, please, Karen, do me a favour. How about the rest of us give up booze for the next 3 months and put all that money in for face masks for nurses?
Yeah, but
it's incredible. We're the 5th richest economy in the world. We can't afford PPE. Do me a favour. It's got nothing to do with cigarettes. But anyway, good work there, Karen. But it's a no from me. And furthermore...
No.
No. And this may be finally... Streatham. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Hi.
Good.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, can I just squeeze a few points in?
Well, I don't know. You can try. You've got about 2 minutes. Squeeze away.
Okay, let me squeeze away. government has done this completely the topsy-turvy way around. All of this panic should have happened in January, February, and not now when Boris, our dear leader, was saying we should take it on the chin. So that's one.
He went on holiday first. Don't forget that. So he was very, very busy taking a holiday. Yeah.
So that's the first thing. When I took a tube in February, I was the only one wearing a mask, and this weekend when I took a tube, 99% of people were wearing masks, apart from sort of very hard, tough-looking guys who are not challenged by any of the transport staff.
Morons. It's my right. I can do what I want. Those people.
The transport staff were very little, so they were probably scared of getting knocked out, I think. In my last minute, can also squeeze in the fact that this house imprisonment of students, I think it's illegal. I don't think there's a legal precedent for it, and I speak as a failed lawyer.
Well, it's pretty amazing, really. Students are all fresh-faced and looking for their new excitement of their new life out of the clutches and the rules and the regulations of their parents, and the first thing that happens to them is house arrest.
No, but
it's priceless.
I genuinely think that it's unlawful, and they should. If I were them, I would genuinely call the police or a public defender like Michael Mansfield or some lawyer like that.
Right.
Okay. And as a final couple of points,
and finally,
you said poor. Only exceptionally can poor people become rich, but I can give you examples like Eminem, 50 Cent, Roy Chubby Brown, the Gallagher brothers. Ricky Gervais, Carl Pilkington, and Ian Wright, they all started off very poor, but they're very rich now.
So what you need to do is to go into show business, because that's where you'll find a stable career.